absolutely no problem at all. And as I said, we're recording this and we will be publishing it online shortly after the event. So just have a quick look at the agenda. So first starting off with an introduction, and then we're entering a new phase as ESO as we look towards becoming NESO and the future system operator. So we're going to spend some time looking into the future markets, what that means, thinking bigger and broader than perhaps we have done as a team within ESO around markets. We're then going to have a little break. There'll be some Q&A at the end of that. Have a little break. Talk about some improvements in balancing. It's a very hot topic. There's a lot of really good, consistent discussion going on around balancing at the moment, so spending some time on that. And then looking at the markets that you may be more familiar with us and look at the next steps for those key markets. We're then going to have a lunch, an opportunity to mingle. And then we're calling it a panel. We decided against fireside chat because that sounds a bit weird. But a couple of us are going to have just a chat this afternoon before having summary Q&A, and then another break, and then an opportunity to do some really good networking at the end of the day. So hopefully that's sounding interesting and exciting, and you're looking forward to doing it. But I just thought it's probably there's been quite a few changes. Quite a few of you will have watched me on the markets video and probably don't know who I am and stood here. So I'm Matt McGill. I've been at ESO for just over 20 years. And I know I don't look like I've been here for 20 years. But as we're getting ready for NESO, we've changed our organisation. So there's some familiar names that you will have been dealing with. So I thought it's just worth spending a really short piece of time just looking at how we're setting up for NESO, for this to be the National Energy System Operator, and what people are doing and where people are going. So Julian Leslie, who many people probably have spoken to, who's been around for a long time, will be taking up strategic energy planning. Craig Dyke, who's been managing the control room, will be taking up system operations. Colin Murphy, who some of you, if you've been around long enough, might remember, who did John's job not so long ago, is taking up major projects. So he's the new person to harass about open balancing programme. And then Matt Vickers, who's come in from externals, picking up engineering customer solutions. So there's an awful lot of noise and commentary around connections at the moment. Our colleagues were up here, I think 2 weeks ago, talking about our plans and our process for that. So please, if you want to ask questions, ask any within the team on what we're doing with connections, and we can talk you through that. And then we've got Anna Gibson coming in to do Director of Customer. So I'm currently sitting here as Director of Markets, but I'll be moving on when Rebecca joins us from EDF. So probably quite a few of you know Rebecca in the room. She'll be joining us probably late on in the summer, and I'll be moving over to become the Director of Resilience. I'm not going to go through the kind of non-operational roles because they won't be of interest to you, apart from maybe that Claire, who used to be the Director of Markets, is now leading up our strategy team. So that was just a bit of a who's gone where, because sometimes it gets a bit confusing as to who's doing what. And then to dive one step down, the people who you really care about and the people who you want to talk to a lot. We've got Kian, who's staying as Head of Reform of Electricity Market Arrangements Programme Lead. We've got Rebecca, who some of you will often meet at her events, leading up the EMR delivery body. John is staying as Head of Market Change Delivery. I'd like to welcome Penny to the room, who's over in the corner. Penny joined us a month ago, and she's our Head of Market Framework, so leading up on all the code development work. We've got Amy, who's leading our Flex strategy, who I know has been speaking to a lot of people in the room. We've already been talking about some good Flex challenges. Kathy is still remaining as Head of Market Requirements. Martin, who some of you may have spoken to recently on engagement, thinking about gas and whole energy system markets, is here for the time being, but leaving us in a couple of months. And Vicky, who is over in the corner over there, has joined us, and she's been here for a month as well, so she'll be heading up Head of Gas and Wholesale Energy Market Development, which probably asks the question is, why is the electricity system operator thinking about gas and whole energy market development? So we are about 2 months away, hopefully, from the launch of NESO, so National Energy System Operator. And I thought it's just worth spending 2-3 minutes just talking about what we will be doing differently in our activities. We're going to be doing a lot of things differently in how we operate, but really focusing on those key activities that are coming on what we refer to as day one as NESO. So when we are separated out of National Grid and become owned by government. So there's 3 real big shifts that we're doing. One is on strategic planning. I call it the alphabet soup. So there's some of you might have seen. So there's a centralised strategic network plan that we published this year, Beyond 2030, and that's going to grow as we start looking further out, more strategically, in line with government targets, and we'll be starting to work with government on the Strategic Spatial Energy Plan, SSEP. And in line with that, we're also going to get more involved in regional planning and looking at the strategic energy requirements for regional areas with the regional energy system planners. So working a lot more with DNOs, DNs, local governments on how energy policy shifts and changes, how that builds up a regional picture, how that feeds into a national picture under strategic spatial energy planning with government targets. So that really is going to be a cornerstone of NESO in terms of owning those strategic energy plans going out into the future. So that's one big pillar that we'll be delivering as NESO. Another one is the market development work. So we've been talking about market reform for nearly 3 years now, with Kian's team leading on the net zero market reform work, now a delivery partner with government in delivering REMA, so the reform of electricity market arrangements. So really driving that change in wholesale electricity market arrangements. But on top of that, we've also now got a remit as we transition to NESO to deal with gas markets and whole energy markets. So that's what Vicky's going to be leading on. And we're doing a big piece of work to see where the benefits, opportunities, risks, as we evolve, as gas becomes less important in the energy mix and other gases come into the energy mix as we head towards government targets of 2035 zero carbon electricity system and 2050 net zero economy. So that market development piece is going to be a really big piece and centre point of NESO. And then the last thing, which is what I'll be moving on to do over the winter, is we're picking up resilience. So we currently have accountability for resilience of the electricity system. Government has given us more accountability on the security and resilience of all the energy system. So that's gas networks, distribution networks. So we'll be taking a much more leading role in ensuring that we can meet GB's energy needs resiliently through into the future. So that was just a bit on NESO. And before we head into sort of the fun bits, where people are actually going to tell you fun things, I just wanted to quickly touch on what my priorities really over the next sort of 6-9 months are. So it's something we don't normally do. We write our business plan documents, which some of you might have actually read, but probably a lot of you won't, where we set out what all of our activities over the year will be. But when I'm talking to the team, these are my 3 focus areas. So deliver for our customers, making sure our markets work, removing those barriers that we're hearing time and time again are blocking people from entering our markets, working with the DSOs in enabling a flex strategy which enables people to seamlessly move between markets so that people who are providing services to the electricity system can do so in a straightforward way, driving competition, decreasing the cost to the consumer for running the networks. On delivering for our customers, that cost piece, we spend quite a lot of money balancing the network. Lizzie's going to talk to you today about our balancing cost strategy. That's one of the key drivers to enabling what we're going to do to try and reduce the cost of balancing that are borne by everyone who uses the energy network. And also, we're constantly trying to up our game on our IT delivery. I'm really pleased that the capacity market EMR portal is open for customer testing, and we'll be going live with it hopefully in June. We've got the early auction capability. I want to keep driving on those, which is making, hopefully, and please do come and grab me if it's not, making your lives easier in dealing with us in your business in terms of dealing with the energy system. The next bit is about that supporting the reform. So we're a delivery partner with DESNZ. They've got some really aggressive timelines to deliver some recommendations by the end of the year, and we're in there with them helping shape and deliver those proposals. I really want to build that whole energy space thinking up, and there's probably some people in the room who are not used to dealing with us, or people online who aren't used to dealing with ESO, and Vicky's going to have this challenge of why is an electricity system operator coming to talk to me about gas markets, but it's something that we really need to grapple with and get a hold of to really enable and drive and shape the thinking as we move towards a net zero system of 2050. And then also that key point of working with the DSOs. There are a lot of people in the room who've got flex capability, and I know how much trouble it is dealing with the DSO, the ESO, and the different natures of things. So really aligning, working with that market facilitator role when it comes into place. And then finally, driving for performance. So there's some things that were already in progress that we want to get to. We nearly got to a zero carbon system in April. April was the cleanest month of electricity ever, with an average less than 100 grams of carbon per kilowatt hour over the whole month. I think we were 2 units away from, 6 units away, 2 were our fault, 4 were the market's fault, units away from running a zero carbon system back at the middle of April. Our target is still to get to that point, so there's quite a lot of internal effort working towards enabling to make sure we can run an economic system next year for very short periods only, but running at zero carbon, which will be a really exciting time as we see that transition towards a decarbonised system by 2035. And then some of the other things that I know, I've heard, I've listened. John's, where is John? Hello, John. John's going to deliver on some reserve reforms this year. The plan is going to get delivered, which I'm really pleased about. And then Amy's not here today, but her team, Becky and Damien, are here. That flexibility strategy, get that out, make it clear where we want to do. So some really big things that we want to deliver this year. So I thought it's just worth sharing those priorities. Ooh, sorry. So on that, I'm going to finish. I'm going to say thank you all for coming again. Please do, if you're in the room and you want to ask questions, there are spaces at the end to ask questions. You've also got your lanyards. We'll be collecting them all at the end of the day, so if you want to write some feedback, please do write it on your lanyard and we'll take it and look at it. So we do these for you. We want to be here. We want to talk to you. We want you to get the most out of these events. So please write down and be brutal what you do like about these events and what you don't like about these events, because the more feedback we get from you, the better we can make them in the future. So I'm going to leave you on that. I'm going to be around all day. Please do come and grab me. Give me some brutal, honest feedback. That's what I'm here to listen to. Just be kind to me if I'm crying after the last piece. But on that, I'm going to say thank you, Izzy, and come on, come and talk about REMA. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So my name is Izzy Sunnux, and I manage the part of the market strategy team that is looking at scheduling and dispatch in REMA. So I'm going to give you a bit of an update about what we're doing, and then particularly focusing on the kind of close to real-time market design that we're leading with in the REMA program. For the uninitiated, government is conducting a review of electricity market arrangements that is looking at what reforms are needed to ensure that the market can facilitate a net zero electricity system by 2035. And I'm sure many of you who have just finished submitting your second REMA response will be very familiar with the diagram on the right hand of this slide, which is showing the refined set of options that government are taking forward in this next phase. So as the delivery partner in REMA, we will be continuing to support DESNZ in their assessment of wholesale reform, other sort of changes like mass low carbon power and capacity adequacy. But we are particularly leading on dispatch, so whether or not to retain the current self-dispatch market arrangements, how could those be improved, but also whether or not to move to something more centralised. So our assessment of dispatch in REMA has 3 parts. The first is establishing whether there is a case for change and what are the issues that any potential reforms would need to address. So what we're really looking to do in this piece of work is to build a shared foundation about what are the problems that ESO and the market is facing from the sort of day ahead to balancing time frame. And then use that shared understanding to scope out what are the possible options for reform. So self and central dispatch is very difficult to define. It's more of a spectrum than a clear kind of dichotomy. So what we're really looking to do is think about what are the key choices that need to be made in the context of REMA before then refining some models to then submit them for kind of fuller development and evaluation alongside all the other changes that are being considered by DESNZ in the REMA programme. So at the moment, we are in that first stage of the case for change, and we've been working for the last few months with consultants AFRI to identify and classify what are the issues that we're seeing in scheduling and dispatch today. And working with AFRI, we've categorized the various issues into sort of three broad buckets. The first is incentives. So the energy markets do not currently incentivize market parties to schedule in line with system needs and operational requirements. And here we're talking not only about the absence of incentives for thermal congestion, but also whether or not there are missing incentives for reserve in real time. Secondly is visibility and access. So incomplete ESO visibility of what the wholesale market outcome is and limited access to some resources is impacting the coherence between wholesale markets and balancing. And AFRI sort of unpacks this quite a lot in their report, but what we're really talking about here is that when the market was introduced, the vast majority of dispatchable resource would submit a physical notification, which would be an accurate representation of what wholesale market trading that unit had done previously. Now we're mid-transition and there's clearly far more resource that is collected at the distribution network and might not be submitting a physical notification, but is still responding to wholesale market prices. What that means is that there is a disconnect between wholesale market activity and the information basis on which balancing decisions are being made. And then finally, intertemporal issues. The current dispatch mechanism does not facilitate effective optimization of costs and unit constraints over time. So when the market was introduced, it was assumed that most scheduling decisions about when to turn on or off a unit would be made by the unit owner, so made by the portfolio owner. What we're finding now is that as the system is changing, and particularly as the within-day kind of demand profile is becoming much more variable, the balancing mechanism is needing to optimize over several hours rather than respond reactively. And it was not designed to optimize over time, and we're finding that the way that the balancing mechanism is being used to optimize over time is now impacting price transparency in various ways. But all of these issues are outlined in much greater depth in AFRI's report, which we have just published on our website, so I'll share the link in a minute. So I'd really encourage you to read that and share your thoughts with us on whether or not you agree with the challenges they've identified, which ones you think are more important, so that we can then move on to the next stage. In addition, this time next week, we'll also be holding a public webinar where AFRI will be discussing their observations in much greater depth, and we'll also be holding breakout sessions on the webinar where we'll be asking market parties to feed back on whether or not you agree with the issues that we've identified, but also to share how you think these issues are impacting the players in the market. So we have a very sort of deep understanding of what we think are the issues are the impacts on system operation, and we think that the challenges are really having an adverse impact on the market players themselves, but we want to get a more kind of nuanced bit of feedback on how these challenges are kind of percolating through to the various different operators. Having then sort of completed that case for change, we'll move on to next month coming back to industry with our view of what the possible range of dispatch solutions are. And the purpose of that engagement will be to, I guess it's a stage gate to check that we have identified all the options and to ask what we've missed. So again, we'll be asking for your feedback on whether or not we're kind of correctly or clearly defining self and central dispatch before then thinking about what that final shortlisting phase looks like. I'm going to end there and I think hand over to Damien.
Morning, everybody. My name's Damien Kelly. I'm the Distributed Flexibility Strategy Lead as part of the Flexibility Market Strategy team. And currently, we are working on the ESO's first flexibility market strategy. So I'm briefly going to touch upon two things with you this morning. The first is around the flexibility market strategy and a call for input, which we're opening next Monday. And the second is an activity we're doing around a routes to market review for demand-side flexibility. So at the last Markets Forum, we introduced you to the overarching mission, which sits behind the flexibility market strategy that we're developing, and that is to drive the transformation to a fully decarbonised electricity system, which is reliable, affordable, and fair for all. We also introduced you to the three 2029 outcomes which the strategy is looking to deliver. So 2029 is the 5-year horizon for the strategy, and those three outcomes are to maximise competition by enabling flexibility to participate on a level playing field and to ensure that the ESO's markets are inclusive. To drive the coordination of GB flexibility markets to ensure that flexibility can participate seamlessly across GB flexibility markets, and to drive towards coherent market arrangements to ensure that the sector has a clear and consistent view of what the market arrangements are and flexibility's role within those market arrangements. So what we are opening next week is a call for input around the flexibility market strategy. We really, really want your brutal honesty, I think, was it, Matt, you said earlier? We want your brutal honesty around the flexibility market strategy and what we've set out so far. Within the call for input, we set out the 6 different work streams as part of the strategy. I'll not name them all, but we've got the work streams at the bottom, and you'll be able to find some more information next week when we publish the call for input. So how do you get involved? So yeah, as I said, we're going to be publishing the call for input next Monday, or opening it next Monday, and it's going to be open until the end of June. You can sign up to our newsletter to get it when it's hot off the press next Monday. We're also going to be having a questions and answers session in a few weeks' time, which is going to be on the week commencing the 5th of June. We're going to confirm that date before we send out communications next Monday. Just trying to finalise some timings around that. So yeah, we're really open and want to hear your feedback and input into the strategy, and you can get in touch with us in a number of different ways here on the screen. The second activity, or second thing I'm looking to talk to you about this morning, is a part of Workstream 2 for the strategy. So Workstream 2 focuses on removing barriers and pain points for flexibility. An activity that we're currently undertaking is a routes to market review for demand-side flexibility. So we believe that demand-side flexibility has a crucial role to play in delivering and operating a low-cost, reliable and zero-carbon system. And what we're looking to do through this activity is to understand what is stopping demand-side flexibility from participating and from playing that key role. So there are 3 things we're doing. So one is undertaking this routes to market review. So actually we're trying to really understand what the barriers are to demand-side flexibility across our markets. We're also developing a process around prioritising and removing the barriers that are identified throughout that process. And we're also looking to be fully transparent and communicate with you what we're doing around the prioritisation process, but also what our timelines are for actually removing those barriers. So similarly to the call for input, we're also we are publishing a questionnaire and a number of documents around the routes to market review for demand-side flexibility next Monday. Those set of documents and those questionnaire will get into a lot more detail, but in essence what we're trying to do is have a common understanding of the capabilities of demand-side flexibility. And we're also looking to fully understand what are the barriers to demand-side flexibility in participating across our markets. We will present a lot of different information next Monday, but we've set out what we believe our current understanding is of the barriers that exist today. So similar to the call for input, if you sign up to our newsletter, you'll get it hot off the press next Monday. We'll also be taking questions and answers as part of the routes to market review on the questions and answer session on the 4th, which will be on week commencing the 5th of June as well. So yeah, I think that's it from me. I'm going to hand over to Vicky.
Good morning, all. For those of you who don't know me, which I imagine is most of the room, I'm the Head of Gas and Whole Energy Market Development for ESO at the moment. What I wanted to talk to you about today is what do we mean by gas and what are we going to be doing? And I've clicked the right button, which always helps. So, gas is this whole other world. I'm going to have 3 teams and we're going to be looking at 3 key areas. So we've got the gas markets future. So actually, what do we mean by gas markets? We're talking about gases, it's anything molecular. So this isn't just methane, we're talking methane, biomethane, hydrogen, carbon, anything that comes in molecular form we need to know and understand, and also determine what its role is in the road to net zero. We all know methane has to go. I don't think I'm going to get shot by anybody for saying that. It's how it's going to go and what we're going to replace it with, and how we do that in a way that is fair and ensures the least cost to the consumer. So that's really our reason for being. We have a team who are looking to engage across the gas market and the electricity market to understand what do people do today, what do we need it to look like today, what do we need it to look like in the future, and what does that bridge look like across the two. We've also got a team that are going to be looking at gas market change. So there's, as you know, we have code and code reform coming. We need to know and understand what that means to gas. But more importantly, what do the changes to gas mean to the future energy market, and how do we start to link the two? We are obviously quite new to ESO, so the team that we're pulling together are coming from across the gas market. We have a number of people from National Gas Transmission, but this isn't just about transmission. We're also looking at distribution and the different players and really engaging within the market. The main point of the team from a gas point of view is to know and understand how we can support the development of the energy market. You will get sick of me saying this, I'm sure, but gas does have a role to play. It's what that role looks like and how we get there that's important. The final team that works within my remit is looking at whole energy markets, and Martin's going to come and talk you through about whole energy markets in a second. The big thing we're going to start to do over the next probably 3 to 6 months is really a massive round of engagement, helping not only the gas market understand what NESO is going to be doing from a gas point of view, but the whole energy market understand what we're trying to do. So there will be a series of forums such as today, market engagement. We're looking to run, we have a market advisory council within the electricity world. We're going to be looking to do something very similar in the gas world. So if you're interested in gas and what it wants to do, I would love to hear from you. If you have no idea what we want to do, if you think we are the world's worst people and you want to get rid of us as soon as possible, these are the conversations we need to be having. So do try and come and find me today, or all my details will be there. I would really welcome your input into what you think we should be looking at. That's it for me for now, and then I'll hand over to Martin to talk to you about what the whole energy team are going to be doing. Lean across. There you go. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Vicky. So it's a bit of a whistle-stop tour this morning. You're getting quite a lot of information. I want to change tack a little bit and try and look not just at the electricity market or the gas market, but talk a bit about how we bring together a view of whole energy markets, looking across the range, and try and give you a bit of a taste for some of the things we've been looking at, whet your appetite for what's to come in this area. If we sort of step back a bit, I guess, one of the big achievements of the sector as a whole over the last 20 years has been decarbonisation of electricity, as Matt talked about, getting coal off the system and a massive growth in renewables. And that's not complete, but we're well on the way. And some of the things you've heard about earlier this morning take us further down that track. The future challenge that we need to go beyond is the other fossil fuels, oil and natural gas. How do we stop the massive carbon emissions, greenhouse gas emissions coming from there? And as I think everyone will recognise, that's actually going to be more difficult, not least because of 2 things. One, that it's a huge amount more energy involved in our use of oil and gas than in our use of electricity today. And it's much closer to us as customers. in how we run our everyday lives. The changes that are going to come through are going to impact on us much more directly. And that's difficult to achieve. We also see the development of new systems, such as Vicky's mentioned, hydrogen, CCUS, coming through, and we're going to be using natural gas for a long time yet. Not forever, but for a long time into the future. So how do we make all of those things work together? And our hypothesis, which we're testing from the work that's set out on this slide, is that we'll do so in a way that's more affordable, more secure, more progressive, by thinking across the energy markets rather than thinking about them solely in silos. We're building on the work that's been introduced this morning, such as REMA. We're not trying to reopen any of those discussions. That's made a huge amount of progress and it needs to carry on at pace. What we are saying is maybe that's not looking at everything. Maybe we need to look a bit beyond that and test where the gaps are. And I'll come on a little bit to some of the examples of that. So our approach has been to try and understand the challenges in getting to net zero for the energy sector as a whole, some of which are listed on the left-hand side of this screen. I think most of them are relatively self-explanatory, so I'm not going to talk through them in detail. And then the approach we've taken is set out on the right-hand side there, understanding what the market designs we have today mean, and the emerging market designs for hydrogen and CCUS. Where are the challenges and risks as we move towards net zero in that system? What are the problems that we are going to face? What are the opportunities that we have to improve? And I'll come on to some of those on the next slide. How can we do better? And importantly, what are the priorities? What are the interdependencies between these options? Which ones do we need to do first? Which ones come later? So the last slide, on the left-hand side, it's sort of the theory of the options that we're looking at, and on the right-hand side, I'll talk about some examples to hopefully bring it to life a little bit. A lot of these have come from our discussions with stakeholders so far, so we're not necessarily endorsing all of them, but they're part of the analysis we're going through. So the sorts of things we're looking at, we're not looking at changes in individual markets, but we're looking at convergence between markets or consistency between markets. Are there things where, for example, we get a different carbon price in one part of the market from another? I think everyone will recognise that example. Why are we paying support for hydrogen in one way and for carbon capture in a completely different mechanism? Ought there to be more consistency in ultimately some sort of competition between the different options that we have for decarbonisation as a longer term ambition at least, probably not realistic in the short term? And coupling, should actually some of these markets be more closely linked? We don't envisage a single whole energy market being introduced because the physical differences are just too great. But there's absolutely the possibility where a mechanism in one market implicitly is tied to allocation of capacity in another market. We've seen that already in cross-border trading in electricity. I think we can see it across vectors. So that's a real opportunity that we're looking at. And then to try and bring it to life a little bit, so pick out some examples. Residential heat, the gas networks have done a lot of really interesting work on lessons from the town gas conversion many years ago for hydrogen conversion of their distribution networks to hydrogen. Actually, those examples, probably some of the lessons would also apply to rollout of heat pumps. But no one's really talking about that. And town gas is not the most recent example of going into everyone's home and changing some of their energy technology. We've done that with smart meters. Maybe that's sometimes an example to learn what not to do rather than what to do. But again, there are lessons from different parts of the market for other things. For example, do we want to continue to, electrification of heat is going to be part of the solution. It's not going to be the whole of the solution for decarbonisation of heat. So do we want to continue to give very large subsidies to people who introduce heat pumps in their homes if where they live is suitable for a district heating solution that's going to be rolled out within the next few years? How are we joining up across these different solutions? On intermittency, you've heard already about the work that's going on there. I think longer term, as we look beyond paying for capacity, which we've been doing for the last 10 years or more, to today's innovations around flexibility, tomorrow's problem is likely to include how do we have a solution for when there isn't wind for a week, 2 weeks at a time. As part of that, do we need to be paying for gigawatt hours of energy rather than gigawatts or megawatts? Do we need a solution where the way in which we purchase that is linked to storage of the molecules that's going to provide it? And there's a coupling between those arrangements? Or can we look at them separately? On industrial decarbonisation, how do we have the networks, whether they're electricity or carbon or hydrogen or carbon capture, that are there when the industrial customer, when their assets come to the end of their lives, given the long lead times in building out the networks. And I think we can assume that real challenges with some of the solutions we've used in the past, like user commitment, probably aren't going to work into the future. So how do we tie those decisions together better? And finally, on the institutional change, should we continue to keep electricity and gas networks, distribution networks, separate? Do they need to plan more closely together? Do we need to keep the charges separate? Can we, as we're setting up hydrogen networks, as we're closing down ultimately gas networks, can we afford for the first customers on those hydrogen networks, the last customers on those gas networks, to pay the charges that system implies, which will be huge? Or is that just going to be a barrier to change happening? Do we need to think about cross-vector charging arrangements so that there's an energy network charge rather than a electricity distribution user system charge and a gas charge? Or if hydrogen in the future is going to be predominantly about supplying industry and resilience for the electricity system, then the dynamic use of hydrogen is about electricity. So should we have a separate system operator for electricity and for hydrogen, or should a number of stakeholders have suggested to us actually that's not an efficient solution into the future? And the way in which we evolve those markets, because we're never going to be able to design them perfectly now, should we be looking at them separately? Should we have stakeholder groups, working groups that are focused on one energy source rather than another? Or do we somehow need to bring those together? Do we need to create vehicles for change which are looking across energy types rather than each one being focused on an individual subsector of the market? Those are the sorts of questions we're asking. We're working towards a report end summer, early autumn, and we'd be really interested in views. We've been talking to a lot of stakeholders already, but that process is still underway. So if you've got thoughts about any of this, if this is whetting your appetite at all, then do come and talk to either Vicky or myself, and we'll follow up. Thank you very much. I'll now hand over to Karen.
Good morning, everybody. So my name is Karen Kelly. I am part of the Market Frameworks team, so I report into Penny. And at the moment, Market Frameworks is the home of everything electricity industry codes related at the ESO. So if you're part of any codes work groups and things, you'll probably be familiar with a couple of us that are here today. So I've got a short slot to talk to you about my team, which is a newly established team within Market Frameworks. We're whole electricity system framework, so it's a kind of slightly smaller area than some of the topics that have been introduced to you this morning. But we're a new team which was established at the end of last year, and we were created to take a more joined up and a holistic view of industry frameworks and possible future change. So we kind of are working very closely with a lot of the speakers and teams that have featured this morning so far. So in relation to flexibility strategy and whole energy systems as well. Because there's a thread of potential future change which will all kind of at some point potentially be reflected in our industry frameworks. So currently my team is kind of horizon scanning and exploring areas for assessment that we'll be looking at. So we're kind of in this bottom January to July area. And we're considering where the industry frameworks could be a potential blocker or potentially a solution for our whole system thinking. So we've only done some kind of internal thinking so far across the ESO and speaking to teams there, but what we really want to do is get your thoughts as our customers and participants within the industry frameworks. And we're doing that all within the kind of context of the large-scale reforms and programmes that are going on across all of the industry at the moment. So we're building that picture up at the moment. This is an idea and a kind of flavour of some of the areas that we're considering that we could assess and look at in more detail. But yeah, as I said, we'd really welcome your feedback, and we'll be coming out to industry in the coming months to look at these in more detail. But if anybody has any more thoughts, I've put my email address on there if you want to contact me. But yeah, more than happy to chat to people across the day. Some of the areas that we've identified on here that we're working on in market frameworks at the moment include the possible introduction of an interconnector framework. We're working closely with the flexibility team on ESO, DSO coordination, DER visibility, so assets connected at a distribution level. And as I said, yeah, would really welcome your thoughts today, but we'll be reaching out to you over the coming months. And then my final slide is maybe a little bit different to some of the topic areas that we're covering as well. So some of you here might be very familiar with market-wide Har Valley settlement. You might be engulfed in preparations for migration, qualification. Some of you, it might be completely removed from what you're doing on a day-to-day basis. But it's really just wanting to highlight here that we recognise at the ESO that it's one of the key enablers of future flexibility. From an electricity perspective, and we are actively participating as a programme participant as part of market-wide Har Valley settlement. We have certain operational elements that we know need to be in place for the start of migration, which is due to take place from April next year. From my personal perspective, my background is retail markets, and it's really exciting to get to a point with industry that migration is kind of on the horizon. So we've also got some CUSC modifications raised at the moment that are looking to potential changes to NUOS charging arrangements to support market-wide Har Valley rollout. But we also, as well as kind of the operational mandatory elements that we need to consider for preparation for market-wide Har Valley, we also recognise that there are significant consequential changes that have the potential to drive, and hope they do drive, significant behavioural changes, and that will impact the way in which we operate the system. So that's very much at the forefront of our minds as well. So really just to share with you all that we are actively participating in the market-wide Har Valley settlement programme. And again, if you want to come and talk to me about that, I love chatting about it. So if you want to talk to me a little bit more about that across the day, that would be great. Thank you very much. I think we're moving to Q&A now, aren't we, Matt?
Thank Thanks, Karen. Is it wrong that I'm also quite excited about market-wide half-hourly settlement? Thank you, everyone. That's been a whistle-stop tour around our future thinking. So we had Izzy talking about REMA and the case for change with dispatch, Damien on the flex strategy. I feel a bit bad, actually, because Izzy's given you all an action to read the April report, and then Damien gave you an action to get involved and get engaged in the flex strategy and removing the barriers and the pain points. Vicky's asked you to come and talk to her about all her dreams about gas. And then Martin, I don't think you actually gave anyone an action, which is quite good. But people are engaging with you, so you kind of are doing it. But Martin then talked about the whole energy team, and that I was saying to Vicky whilst Martin was talking, it really stretches my head when you think about the sort of whole system piece on energy markets. So I'm really intrigued as to where that's going to go. And then Karen, thank you on the whole energy framework and market-wide half-hourly settlement, which is going to be a great game changer. So that's been our first session. So now time for Q&A. So I've got a couple of questions on Slido from people online, but if you want to raise your hand, I think we've got roving mics. It's either end. I also should have said, while you're thinking of your question, there is a massive temperature differential in the room. So if you're feeling very cold, go that way in the room. And if you're feeling very hot, move that way in your room later on, just to let you know. It's just moving up here, I've just noticed. Any questions from the room? Hi. Do you want to introduce yourself as well and your company just before you ask the question? That'd be great, thank you.
Thank you. It's Tom from ENWL, Tom
Hi, Tom.
Ridgway. Damien was talking about routes to market and this demand-side flexibility and asking what the barriers to demand-side flexibility might be. I guess one thing that's affecting us is that it doesn't appear to have considered in the new quick and slow reserve markets how demand-side reduction could be is included for reserve requirements. Is there a contradiction there?
I don't think there's a contradiction. I don't know whether John or Damien probably best answer. I mean, I'm quite happy to take this one. So it's a work in progress, and we know some of our markets do provide barriers that we want to get rid of, and we need to identify them. And I think, as Damien said, prioritise which ones to get rid of in what order, where the value is. So seeking out that customer value. John, I don't know whether you want to add anything, or just nod if I've got it. Yeah, so John's going to come and talk about quick reserve later. But we do appreciate it, and we want to hear these barriers, and I know there's been communications around the use of demand-side response and quick reserve and slow reserve. But we want to hear this because sometimes some people are sat there going, I can't get my product into this service because it doesn't work for me, but don't tell us, and we can't change things if we don't tell us. So part of the work that Damien's going to be doing with the market flexibility is unearthing all of them that we can, getting a list, and we're going to do them in an order where we see the value, and people aren't going to like the order, but we're going to come up with a reason. So you might not like the order, but hopefully you'll understand the order that we're going after things. So hopefully that covers. Cool. Any more questions? I'll let you think a bit more, and I'll do some of the Slido ones, although there was only 2. Oh no, there's 3 now. Damien, I'm going to ask this one to you. So, first question, is there a meaningful difference between demand-side flexibility and distributed flexibility?
Just going to do a mic check. Does that work? Cool. Yeah. So yeah, I think there is. So in essence, I think demand-side flexibility is a subset of distributed flexibility. So distributed flexibility is in essence any flexibility connected at distribution level. Demand-side flexibility is behind the meter or flexibility derived from a consumer or consumer asset. That's primary purpose is to meet the needs of that consumer, be it at home, business process or whatnot. So yeah, I think in essence it's sort of behind the meter and a subset of distributed flexibility.
Cool, thank you. It's a really interesting question because as we move into this space a lot more and it becomes a bigger part of the energy mix, there's a lot of different views of the same thing, or the Venn diagrams are very entertaining and different people have got different labels. So one of the things that I think Damien's going to be looking at is how do we get a standard understanding of what everything is? So another question, this one's for me. So I spoke around the zero carbon period in April. missed it by 6 units, and I used some loose language around 2 are ESO fault and 4 were the market's fault, and that sort of language isn't that helpful. I'll take that. So I think 2 of them were our fault, and I'm happy to use that word because we used machines that were expensive to bring on to provide system services where we know there's capability in the pipeline to bring that service to the system in the near future at much lower cost. So it is our fault that we haven't got there sooner. I will accept that it was loose language on fault, and I think it's worth saying a lot of those is because of the last bit of the question is it the ESO's sole focus? Our sole focus is to operate an efficient system, and where we can find alternatives to using large units to provide those system services at lower cost is something we will continue to do all the time. But those large units are an incredible part of the energy mix and a requirement for seeing us through. It's why we're very, very happy that we run the AMR capacity market. It is a big part of making sure that we've got a resilient system, and all the units on the system are important to us, just to clarify. So I hope that clears that up, and apologies for the loose language. Vicky, one for you. So Alan asks, how will gas roles and responsibilities be split between NESO and National Gas? Will NESO be taking over any National Gas's current activities, or will NESO just cover markets?
So National Gas Transmission are still the gas system operator, so we're going to be working very closely with them. But we have taken over various licence conditions, or we will do as NESO. So we're going to be responsible for what's currently known as the Future of Gas Forum engagement and running the GMAP. So if those of you who aren't aware of GMAP, it's the gas market plan. So very much looking at primarily markets, but actually working very closely with the teams in planning, working very closely with the teams looking at regional energy planning and spatial system planning, and ensuring that we're all talking the same language, and that the projects we work on, they will have a market focus, but that they're working across the whole of gas. So a little bit of what National Gas Transmission used to do has been transferred across to us as NESO, but the main system operation role still sits with transmission.
Fab. Thank you, Vicky. Any questions in the room before I do some more from Slido? You're being very shy. Hopefully you're all going to come and talk to us during the break in a minute. So a question around NESO. So with government owning NESO, please can you speak more about how responsibility and accountability for meeting targets will be attributed across NESO and government? So the key bit is we are going to remain a licensed entity as NESO, and our activities will be driven by what is in our licence, and Ofgem are responsible for administering our licence. So government are still going to be responsible for the targets that government set, and we will be responsible for delivering against our licence. So if you don't like what we're doing and you think it's against our licence, that's how you should come and talk to us. In terms of government targets, they are government's targets, and they will be accountable for delivering them, and we will be working hand in hand, as we have done for the last decade, as a trusted partner to government. And we will hold the mirror up when appropriate, and we will help them do things as we are doing with REMA, as we have done with electricity market reform. It's about everybody doing their role in this, and Ofgem also play an incredibly important role with the powers that they've got under their regulatory powers. So you can only do this if everyone's working together. So our key is going to be working independently, but also working with the same goals. So hopefully that covers that question. And if anybody in the room wants to tell me something that I've missed out, please do. Go on, somebody else asked a question in the room. Yes, I knew there'd be somebody burning with something.
Carlo Rossini, Energy Link Partnership. Just a question on market dispatch and interconnectors. Has there been any thought about how we would improve the efficiency of dispatch of the interconnectors with Ireland and the EU?
Izzy, do you want to pick? Oh, look at that. Already stood up.
Yeah, so the interconnectors is quite a live topic within the broader REMA programme. So it's one of the...
Hang on a sec. Your mic's not. Try now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so interconnectors is a really significant part of the kind of wider REMA considerations. So constraints kind of exacerbated by interconnectors are one of the key areas that came up in DESNZ's cost benefit as one of the reasons why you might move to locational pricing. There is a huge amount of work going on both in DESNZ and ESO about what interim changes can be made around how interconnectors are scheduled and dispatched even in the period before REMA is introduced. So what can we do in the short term around mechanisms like net transfer capacity and trading and various other things around visibility to kind of reduce their impact on balancing costs. I would say that it's not a simple kind of, apart from where the interconnector is responding to a locational price that reflects the underlying sort of system constraints. What we're finding is that the kind of alternative solutions are a kind of bundle of different options that don't quite cohere, but that will, I guess, continue to be explored within DESNZ's REMA programme. I think the AFRI's report also sets out quite a lot of detail on the impact that interconnectors have on visibility, so the role of hourly gate changes within day leading to higher balancing costs and higher reserve holdings, but that is a slightly separate kind of consideration from the thermal constraints one. So I don't know if that's answered your question, but I guess there is a lot of work going on. It's very complex, and it's kind of not helped by the fact that we're sitting between several different market arrangements.
Thank you, Izzy. It's a lot of head scratching today. There's a lot of thought explosions. Alistair.
Thanks. Alistair Martin, Flexitricity. It's probably a question for Karen, but I'm up to you. The market-wide half-hourly settlement point, the 90 million in consumer benefit that is lost from delay. Pleased to see that quantified. I wonder, is that based on a projection for the amount of flexible consumption that we're going to see if EVs and heat pumps take off in the domestic setting? Or is it based on something that's more to do with the way we consume energy now?
I don't know. Karen.
So, my mic's working. So that figure was from, sorry, I'm being told to stand up. That figure was from Ofgem's final cost benefit, I think, which was published in 2021. So potentially could be subject to some revision as things have changed quite significantly in the last 3 years. So I don't think that fully answers your question, but I suppose describes where it was derived from originally, and I'm not aware that that has been updated, but yeah. Okay.
One more question before I do Slido and then go to a break.
Hi, Lisa Mackay. Lisa Mackay from West Burton. So I can't remember the numbers, but as part of establishment of the NESO, if I get that right, there was quite a lot of recruitment ongoing, and it would appear that you've still got significant resource issues. I mean, is there a plan? Where do you think you're up to on that front?
There's definitely a plan. So we've run 4 large-scale waves of recruitment. So kind of if you go back to kind of during COVID or just after, the ESO was about 600, 700 people. As of today, I think we're at 1,1700, and our target's to get to 2,100. A lot of that growth is in effectively standing up an organisation on its own, so HR, finance, IT, all that capability that we used to get from National Grid Group, we've now had to bring in ourselves. But we have done a lot of work, so Vicky's growing a big team. Who else is growing a big team? A lot of the strategic spatial energy planning team. So there is still a lot more recruitment to go, and it's something we're working very actively with, and we know we're being told about how many people are coming our way and what that's doing in other areas of the business, and it's what needs to be done to get us to launch NESO so we can really start driving some of that value. Does that answer, Lisa? Okay, thank you. Last question. I've got 2 questions on Slido, which I'll do, and then we'll break for some coffee. There's a whole lot of work planned for the future. It would be good to have a straw man or illustration of how the various works and strategies fit together / interact to deliver an efficient system. That is something that we're definitely working on. Within REMA, there was a strap line of one of the last consultations about us coming up with a decarbonisation strategy. So how SSEP, RESP, CSNP, REMA, Market Facilitator, FES, Pathways all string together to create some sort of coherent narrative is something we definitely want to get out there. If anyone wants to have my view of it during the break, I'll tell them what I think and they can tell me if I've gone mad or not. And then, is there any work? So this one's... I'm going to send this one John's way. Is there any work ongoing looking at removing barriers to entry across the balancing services for non-traditional technologies like renewables, and could produce an update to the work related on power available, please?
So I don't have to hand something as an update on power available. That's maybe something we can take away and follow up on after the event. In terms of our work on barriers, we have been conducting some investigation with industry and across our markets to understand, particularly for renewables, how they can participate in offering system services. We're hoping to publish something in the near future, which will outline where we've got to on that and next steps. But it's obviously also very key that we work with Damien and the rest of the flexibility team in terms of making sure the work on those barriers is aligned and we're efficiently making changes to our markets and services.
Thanks, John. Last question before break. What industries is NESO recruiting from? Are you raiding the power sector mainly? No, actually, we're not raiding the power sector. So the amount of... It's really interesting meeting the new people and getting their background. So SSEP, we've got a huge environmental capability that we've had to build that we've never done because we've got to look at environmental regulations. Vicky's building up a lot of gas market experience, so we're looking at the gas sector mainly. Other areas of growth, I mean, a lot of it is in HR, finance, IT, where we're growing capability just because we relied on group. I'm trying to think of any other interesting people I've met recently with interesting backgrounds. There's a lot of people coming for the mission, so coming... Oh yes, the engagement side. So I spoke earlier about what we're doing differently as NESO. We're also going to be changing how we operate, and there's more to come on that in the coming months. But we've got to engage more because our decisions and our work is going to affect a much broader section of society than it has done previously. So really driving up that engagement piece. And I mean, if you look at the kind of Ofgem's consultation on what they expect of the Regional Energy System Planner, we need to be really good at engaging with communities, which is something that we've not historically had a good track record of. So we're engaging across a number of industries in our recruitment, so it's not just raiding one specific one. So on that, I'm going to leave it, and I think we want to break for... Louise, I forgot to look at the end of the break times. Is it 10 minutes or 15? Lost. 10-minute break. Go and grab some coffee, grab some sweets, thank you very much, and we'll come back in here. And if you're hot, go to that end of the room, and if you're cold, go to that end of the room. See if you can swap with somebody who's feeling the opposite. Thank you.
I'm not sure if Matt wanted to do another introduction or if we're just good to go. Okay, well, hi everyone, good morning, nice to meet you. Similar to Vicky, you will not have met me before. You might have met my predecessor, Gabriel Diaz, who was much more handsome, tall and charismatic than me, but you'll be pleased to learn that I'm just as dedicated to enhancing the use of energy storage assets in the balancing mechanism. So prior to starting this role just a few weeks ago, I was in a department called Network Access Planning, managing a team there that provides operational advice into our control room around constraints primarily, which plant is effective within that constraint, what actions should be taken if there are faults on the network, and what are the constraint limits. So I've taken on this fairly recently, and I'm picking up the plan that we've been working with industry on since October 2023. So a couple of points before we move on to those 4 bullet points. So firstly, broadly, what is uneconomic dispatch? I mean, this is probably quite straightforward, but it's where there has been perceived to have been a more economic dispatch option than the one that we've taken. And there are a variety of reasons for that, some of them legitimate and some of them otherwise. And it's important because we have obviously a license obligation to dispatch economically. It's the right thing for consumers and it's the right thing for investment decisions. So to that end, it's important that we improve our transparency around operational decisions. It's also going to be a big growth area moving towards 2025, and going back to some of what Matt has been saying previously, storage is going to be an integral part of the revolution to 2035. So the first point there, improving dispatch transparency. We currently produce our own figures around economic dispatch based on assumptions and based on ruling out some dispatch decisions that are seen as uneconomic, like where we've had to schedule something over a substantial period of time and it was the right thing to do. Some partners in industry provide us with alternative figures, largely derived from BMRS, from Elexon. So we're going to be we have been working for a long time with a consultancy, LCP Delta, to find a way to speak a common language around these figures. So we're edging closer to a solution that we can share with our partners in industry very soon, in fact, in a matter of weeks. And this will provide examples of genuine skips or genuine reasons for skips. Skips being the colloquial term, of course, for uneconomic dispatch. Enhanced system and process capabilities within the control room. So I'm largely going to focus here on what's been done in the open balancing platform. So the open balancing platform went live towards the start of this year, and as an IT tool, as IT functionality, has given our energy desks, our control room, the ability to dispatch multiple units en masse. And from that point of its initial initiation, it's gone through several stages. It was improved so that the time for that dispatch calculation and instruction was reduced from a matter of minutes to a matter of seconds, and that's come into force recently. And a dedicated battery zone was added to the OBP, Open Balancing Platform. So that's the first 2 points there. The final one, enabling storage parameters. So truthfully, existing systems in the control room have struggled with battery parameters. There's a very good reason for that, because they were used, or they were developed at a time when the parameters were essentially simpler. We've needed additional resource in our control room, and we've put additional resource in our control room dedicated to managing and balancing storage resources, and that's something that we're planning on continuing. There's There has previously been a rule known as the 15-minute rule, so we could dispatch for up to 15 minutes based on the fact that the data we had it contained a little less granularity. We had maximum export and maximum import limits for these users, whereas for traditional users we'd have a larger degree of data, such as the ramp rates and the PN, and over a longer period. And there's a grid code change coming, which is known as GC0166, which is aiming to find long-term solutions to this, such that we'd be able to consider the state of charge of storage in scheduling, like longer-term timescales, rather than just before a gate closure sort of timescales. And then that final point there around co-creating future capability is just to underscore the fact that this sharper focus has been because of the focus driven by battery providers, but it is going to be applicable across all users, all small BMUs, and all new technologies, all providers. So moving on to a quick graph just to demonstrate that quickly. On the respective y-axes on the left, from the start of the year, you'll see the absolute volume in megawatt hours that we've dispatched, either through traditional methods in dark blue or through OBP in light blue. And then as you move from left to right, you're seeing the increasing dispatch volumes that we are achieving week on week and month on month. And then in the emboldened text at the top, you'll be able to see the points at which we've put into play some of the things that I've mentioned on the previous slide, like the battery fixed zone delivered in OBP, the additional balancing resource, and the battery units, as I mentioned latterly there, transition to a 30-minute rule. And just to underscore and reiterate the impact of the increase to the 30-minute rule, here's another battery utilization figure graph to show what we're seeing. Since that occurred towards the start of March, we're seeing a steady growth in the number of dispatch instructions being received, 31 minutes or 31 minutes plus. So that's what I came to talk to you about. Thank you very much for listening. Final thing to say, most importantly, is please come and speak to me. I'm completely available. I've only been doing the job for 3 weeks. I do want to speak to you. I do want to hear from you. Come and speak to me. Reach out to me. I'm always available. And thank you. Thank you for listening.
Good morning. Hear me? Okay. So my name's Lizzie Blacksland. I manage the balancing costs team at the ESO. And we've talked already today about decarbonising the network by 2035. And it's really important to us that this is affordable for everybody. So with that in mind, we try and be as transparent as we possibly can be when it comes to balancing costs. So this is the first year we're going to be publishing a new report that is entirely focused on balancing costs. So we're very transparent anyway. We publish what we spend in the balancing mechanism, trading and on ancillary services monthly, but this is a new report. So it's due to be published on Friday, so keep an eye out for it. And it's going to be covering 3 things. So the first thing is a look back, so the recent history of balancing costs, so the last 6 years, what the drivers, what the trends are. It's going to have a look at projections for future balancing costs, so hopefully right out to 2040. Right out to 2040. And it's also quite a substantial proportion of it is everything that the ESO is doing to minimise balancing costs over the next decade. And this is where we need your help to sort of look at it and fill in the gaps. So what are we missing? What can we do more of? What can we do less of? And hopefully it will give you an idea of how all of these different activities fit together
So which are sort of the big hitters, the big money-saving activities, and which ones, possibly aren't quite as significant an impact. So I'll just give you a brief overview of that report today. So there's 3 core messages that we're going to be sharing in this report. The first that hopefully won't be as a surprise to you, but in most of our FES scenarios, we're expecting balancing cost projections to rise out to the end of the decade. And this reflects the lag that we see between new generation connecting and transmission investment coming online. The second key message is that decisions we make now in the next couple of years are really significant and are going to have a huge impact on what balancing costs are going to look like post-2030. And these aren't just the ESO strategic decisions, so things around connections, things around network investment recommendations, but wider than that as well, so government policy, and we'll touch a little bit about what those are. And the third is what the ESO is doing. So the ESO only has limited control. When we move to NESO, we'll have a little bit more. We'll have some new whole system roles, but there's still only so much we can do as an organisation to manage balancing costs. And we've estimated that all the activities we're doing is creating savings of about £18 billion before 2030, and we're really proud of that. So we'll talk through some of those. So pre-2030 projections, we've just come out, as you're all aware, of a really volatile time for wholesale prices. And just to put balancing costs in a little bit more perspective, it makes up around 4% on a consumer's bill. So while, it's important to bear that in mind when we're talking about these FES scenarios. So you can see this red line here just shows that we've seen a massive drop in balancing costs in the last year. We've not necessarily seen the same drop in balancing volume, so that's the volume of actions taken to balance the grid, but we've certainly seen a drop in prices. And then we look ahead and we can see there's quite a divergence in our FES scenarios. So the majority of balancing costs are made up of thermal constraints, so that can be anywhere between 40 to 60% year-on-year thermal constraints. And then all we've done to create these projections is add on the different components, so whether that's voltage constraints, stability constraints, whatever that might be, on top of that thermal constraint projection. There's some variation, and you can see sort of a slow increase up to 2030 for most scenarios, or 4 scenarios, with a big sort of grey blob around 2030. And that sort of reflects the ASTI transmission investments coming online. We're not quite sure exactly what year they're going to deliver, but either way, we know they're going to have a massive impact on balancing costs in the future. And just going back to those policy decisions that I mentioned in an earlier slide, so we're talking about massive decisions. What Izzy was talking about, the wholesale market reform work, the position of electrolysers, the rollout of electrolysers, new nuclear SMRs, and onshore wind. All of these things are having a massive impact on what those post-2030 projections are going to be. And we're going to need everyone in the room, all of the organisations to be involved in making those post-2030 projections as low as possible to save money for consumers. So in the report, I won't go into the detail now because I only have a 10-minute slot, but basically there is very broadly 5 categories, 5 balancing cost components that we will discuss. And against each of these, we will put into context how much we're spending in each of these components, how much that's likely to change, and what is driving that change. So it's quite comprehensive. It's like a 40-page document. You don't need to read it all, but maybe read the bits that are relevant to you. So I'll just pick an example here. So I'm going to choose voltage to talk about because voltage is quite an interesting one because it bucks the trend a little bit of these drop in prices that we've seen since last year. And we're actually spending more on voltage in the previous financial year than before that. So it's gone from £250 million this year to up from 150 million the previous year. And the reason for that is things like suppressed demand on embedded networks. We've seen really high wind forecasts can sometimes mean that CCGTs aren't self-dispatched in the market, therefore we need to bring on plant to manage that voltage in the BM or through trading. So we have a plan, we have plans to deal with this. So you're probably aware of our Mersey Pathfinders that went live in 2022, delivering £50 million of consumer savings. Pennine soon followed, April this year. We're busy calculating the savings from that service. There are more network services procurement, which is the evolution of the Pathfinders to come. So we've got the Voltage 26 due to deliver to help us support vaults in the London and the northwest of the country. So all of these things sort of build up a picture of how each of these components are being managed across different activities. So where your organisations can come in is just going through these and seeing where those opportunities might be that we're missing. Okay, and then Becky is going to actually come out and talk about one of the activities on thermal constraints. So with that, with one more thing, I would just invite you to the webinar, which is on this Friday. We'll be going through in more detail each section of the report and be able to answer Q&A there as well. Okay, thank you. With that, I'll hand over to Becky. Thanks.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name's Becky Hart. I am the Electricity Markets Development Manager at the ESO, which means that my team look at doing the strategic direction, making those sort of decisions about where our market should be going for all of those different areas that Lizzie's just been talking about. We also publish the Markets Roadmap, which is one of our annual publications, which you may or may not have seen. So if you do have any feedback or thoughts about that as a publication, do let me know. Very happy to have a chat. We're always keen to hear how we can make it better and more useful for you guys. So today I'm going to be talking a little bit about our Constraints Collaboration Project. As Lizzie's just outlined, constraints, the costs that are arising from those is one of the biggest, in fact it was the biggest area that we spent the most money on last year. And as she's also outlined, network investment will help with those thermal constraints. However, that's not going to happen soon, early 2030s if we're lucky. And another thing that could help with managing thermal constraints is market reform. Obviously, REMA's on its way. That's also not going to deliver anything in the meantime. So we have a bit of a conundrum about, well, we know constraint costs are going to rise between now and 2030. So what can we do in advance of this new network coming on board and potentially new markets coming online, which can help us? And we weren't sure. And so we asked industry. We asked everybody to give us your ideas because we thought it'd be better to come with a problem to you guys rather than present you with a solution for you then to go, no, that's wrong, isn't it? So we wanted to work with you, wanted to tap into that collective knowledge, your expertise, your years of experience, all of your ideas about how you think we can help manage constraint costs better. And the intention with this was that whatever results we come up with at the end of this, whatever solutions we come up with at the end of it, it's a better solution because we've all worked on it together. We've been transparent about the process. We've also been transparent about some of those challenges that we've got, some of the reasons why we can't just simply use a battery in one location to help with constraints. You're also understanding the process from our perspective as well. It's a collaborative process, and then whatever solution we come up with at the end of this, hopefully it'll be something that we can then implement a little bit quicker because we're all supportive of it. We've worked through all the challenges together and we've got something that we can implement in the short term. It really is a bit of a challenge about what can we do sooner rather than later. So, after we asked that question, this is what we got. Ta-da! As you can see, there are quite a lot of ideas up there. We had over 30 different ideas from 13 different organisations, ranging from all sorts of things from more battery-related solutions to constraint markets to other sort of technical solutions. We haven't got every single idea up there on there because some of them were just, although good ideas and good suggestions, they were outside the scope of what we could deliver within that sort of parameters of what can we do in this short term rather than the long term. And we've sort of arranged them into different areas here. Sort of, there were variations on a theme. Some were more around constraint management markets. Some were more about how we can just increase the flow and all sort of technical solutions over the boundaries. But we've had, in order to get to this point where we've been able to sort of consolidate them and bring them together into areas of sort of similarities, we've had 4 different webinars. We've had lots of one-to-ones with different organisations. The webinars have been dubbed as show and listen. We want to hear what the ideas are. We want to listen, want to ask questions. We're not prejudging anything. where we are now is that we're going through right now the process of doing an assessment of these different ideas. So we're using our market design framework, which we developed a couple of years ago. It has objectives of efficient dispatch, efficient investment, and value for money for the consumer. So we're trying to assess these and weigh off the trade-offs between these different objectives, seeing what we can get to, seeing which ones will pass that sort of first pass of just a giggle test, if you will. Is it going to save the consumers money? Is it coherent with other markets, and is it practical to be implemented in the short term? And will it provide sort of a competitive approach, thereby driving down costs for consumers as well? So yeah, we're in the process of doing the assessment at the moment. We will be working with external consultants to help get the net consumer benefit analysis done. So we get that done sort of independently. No potential for us to be seen as sort of having prejudices one way or another. And we'll be looking to publish all of the results, the full assessments, all the way that we've worked through it all with industry towards the end of June. All of this information is also on our website as well, so you can go on and see exactly the questions we're asking to do the assessment, all of the webinars. The big point with this is to try and do it as openly as possible, as transparently as possible, and to listen to anybody's ideas coming in so that we can try and get to something that's going to be useful and helpful at the end. So that was it, I think, from me. If anybody wants to have any conversations about this, ask any more questions, please do grab me at some point today. Very happy to have a chat. We are genuinely all ears on this one. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Becky. So we've just had Rich talking about dispatch transparency, and then we've had Lizzie talk about balancing costs, obviously an important topic, and then Becky on the Constraints Collaboration Project. So we've got some questions on Slido, but you're the priority because you're in the room. No offence to people who aren't in the room. But if you've got any questions on any of those topics, Rich's area normally generates quite a lot of questions. No. Okay, I'll let you think, and I'm going to go to some of the Slido questions. Oh, got a question over there. Just name and organisation as well, please, just so we know.
Jem Suleman, Statcraft.
Oh, hang on a sec.
Jem Suleman, Statcraft? No?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Oh, that's
yeah, there we go. Thank you.
So Jem Suleman, Statcraft, third time. Not so much a question, more of an observation. This balancing cost report, just think it's going to be important. You link it to all other different areas you're looking at. I think there's a lot of interlinkages basically there. Just off the top of my head, Beshure's forecasts, MBSS obviously, and probably other stuff as well. So it'd be good if you can just sort of show how that all fits together with other reports you're doing, other work you're doing as well.
Is that?
The Beshure's forecast, I probably should have pointed out, it was on the projections. So that's in there. But yeah, we can go into a bit more detail on how that's calculated. And yeah, more broadly, so MBSS the data in MBSS should all stack up to be what we're sharing today. We're using the same data source to provide these, the looking back section. The projections is calculated slightly differently. So yeah, for those interested in the detail, we can certainly put together a sort of wider methodology document. Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Jem. I'll go to some Slido questions. I'm going to chat. I'm Kathy. You might pick this one up, or it might be Rich. I'm not sure which. I'm coming to you because of your OTF. I think this has been asked at the OTF. So Scott has asked, on improving dispatch data transparency, will this also include the transparency of interconnector trades used instead of BM dispatch, which is another form of skip?
Yeah, well, there's kind of two ways of answering that, isn't there? So if the system operator has had to take several thousands of megawatts of SO to SO actions on interconnectors to secure a boundary, for example, the southeast, we probably collectively wouldn't want that to be seen as a skip because that was the right and the only available action. If the question was around whether LCP Delta and the analysis we're doing at the moment is going to identify interconnector by interconnector versus battery, yes it is, and it's going to do that in half an hour granularity. So we will have the capability to split it either way with the incoming data. So I hope that answers the question.
Fab.
Yep.
Sorry for doubting you, Rich. You're obviously totally on top of that. A question from Emma. One of the issues with the local constraint market seems to be that the ESO doesn't have adequate information about constraints at the day-ahead stage to confidently take actions. Would constraint management markets considered as part of the constraints collaboration project also have this problem? So, Becky, do you think you've gone anywhere near that yet, or is that one more for John, or maybe even for Rich in his old role?
John just said to me he didn't think it was one for him. I can speak to it a little bit. I'm not an expert on the local constraint market. I haven't been involved a lot with that, but obviously we are dealing and taking from their learnings for this constraints collaboration project. I would say that sight of the constraints at day ahead is potentially one of the issues that they faced at LCM, but not the main issue, I think, in causing that project not to take off as well as we'd hoped. So I don't see that as a massive problem when it comes to looking at some of these constraints markets. There might be other issues involved that we can see. There's concerns about how we're going to make sure it delivers value to the end consumer and making sure that we don't offer up more opportunities for gaming of the system. I think there are bigger concerns about it. I think the visibility of day-ahead constraints isn't the main issue for the constraints markets.
Okay, thanks. Yes. Question in the front. I suppose Izzy's probably thinking about constraint forecasting as part of REMA as well, so it's a hot topic.
Yeah, perhaps tying into that, I'm Tessa Hillen from Octopus Energy. How is ESO planning to evaluate the economic value in the thermal constraints collaboration project? Because in the LCM we've seen or dispatches up to £50 per megawatt hour, because you have to, if you consider Scotland, where the most of the constraints are, you have to compete against wind curtailment, which obviously has quite low value. How is ESO planning to evaluate? Because you mentioned the report that's coming out in June. Is wind curtailment being the benchmark for the economic value here?
At the moment, we're thinking about how network investment might or might not impact on those decisions as well. We're looking at wind curtailment, obviously, and then other potential value that these markets could bring as well. But we're still literally working through that this week, got a meeting on Friday about it for the final proposal, so watch this space.
Becky, just before you sit down, is it just worth picking up on, there's a perceived BM issue that there's money flowing out of Basuos to curtail wind in Scotland as one example, and that's net money, but I don't know whether you want to touch on some of the findings of the CCP in terms of the money flows. Or I can.
I wouldn't want to make any comments right now, but if you want to touch on it, go for it.
But I think it's just important to note that looking at cash flows directly related to the BM, there are wider markets, and this is part of the whole reason for some of the market reform things that we're looking at that directly interact with that. So some of the payments that may be paid to wind farms for curtailment are effective replacements for their support mechanism. So the net cost to the consumer effectively is zero. We're not sitting on a massive pot of money that would otherwise go somewhere else. It's how the money flows from consumers to all the people who are receiving that money. So it's just something that we found through the CCP project that's just worth flagging, that, as Lizzie said, we spend a lot on constraints, but that's not all. That's money that would, if we didn't spend it on constraints, a lot of that money would still be coming from the consumer to pay the support mechanism for the wind. What we've got is an excess of renewable energy. I'll stop because I've gone right into the weeds. Question at the back.
Tom Ridgway, ENWL. Could the ESO self-publish data on bad skips on a regular basis to acknowledge what level of bad skips and the potential costs to bring a focus to that market and improving it?
Rich?
Yes. I mean, we'll have to do that as part of publishing skips full stop. We'll have to publish the bad. I've also something I think I might have forgotten to cover when I was on the podium. I've committed to providing to Ofgem over the next few weeks a exhaustive categorisation of the types and reasons of skips, so that with yourselves we can drive them down in the buckets they're applicable to. But fundamentally we are going to have to publish the bad skips along with the good to drive positive behaviour on our side and within the industry.
Is there a timescale for that?
Leave that with me to answer. I'm not sure at the moment.
While you stood there, Rich, there's another question on Slido for you.
Okay.
Do battery utilisation figures take account the growth in battery capacity?
So the ones I presented didn't, but the ones I presented, if you were to break those down, will be showing a 225% increase in battery volume dispatches since the start, or since the end of December. There obviously hasn't been 225% growth in battery provision by then. So our ability to dispatch is still in a positive trajectory, even if we were to bake in the growth in battery availability. It is data that we can provide if that's seen as useful, though. It's just an extra layer of information to be put on top of the existing data.
Cool.
Yep.
Thank you. Lizzie, John, can you log into Slido? John's asked a question about the axes on the balancing cost slider.
Yeah, I've seen that. I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to go back to the slide. But they'll be circulated out, so you should be able to see, though. If you need clarification, just feel free to contact me.
Thank you, Lizzie. Back to you, Rich. See, I told you Rich gets all the questions. Emma, again, as part of the work with LCP Delta to define skip rates, will it be recognised that the fundamental issue is that the balancing mechanism isn't a market, so there'll never really be a merit order? You can also divert to Izzy if you want on dispatch.
Yeah, let's do that.
Izzy, this is in your ballpark, isn't it? So the question was, will it be recognised that the fundamental issue is the balancing mechanism isn't a market, so there'll never really be a merit order?
Is the balancing mechanism not a market? I think it definitely is, because there is clearly selection based on price. It's a heterogeneous market, so it's trying to optimise for lots of different things. The reason that it's difficult is because it was not intended to play such an important role in the system. So it was intended to be a residual reactive market with very few kind of messy system constraints and a tiny bit of residual energy balancing. Clearly that's not what its role is today. So the whole purpose of the dispatch work is to try and find what market design can communicate system value in real time, so that we get those critical spot prices back propagating into the wholesale market. I do think that saying the balancing mechanism isn't a market is sort of part way to the truth, but not the full truth.
Cool. Thanks, Izzy. Question at the front? There's one coming. We're just waiting for the mic.
Ben Butler, Intergen. What do you think is missing from day-ahead spot prices to make the balancing market operate as it should, or as designed?
Izzy, this is definitely your specialist subject.
From the day-ahead spot price. It's interesting that you've kind of want to have a conversation. Why did you pick on the day-ahead price? Because I think what we would say is that day-ahead is really important for scheduling and for kind of setting up the market before it begins to really pre-position itself for the most important bit, which is balancing. But where REMA needs to look at is just completely thinking about what needs to happen intraday. So all the problems that we're seeing is because what is happening at day ahead is now not a good kind of forerunner for what will be needed in real time. And so the kind of uncertainty about what ultimate dispatch is going to be is preventing that kind of effective system imbalance price from feeding back into the day ahead market scheduling decisions. So the whole thing has kind of got mixed up because there's no effective kind of coherency between day ahead and intraday.
Yeah, so my thinking behind it was precisely that the day ahead optimization, scheduling decisions are made, but it's obviously not optimal.
Yeah.
There is a degree that's missing. So, you know, presumably there's a significant amount of reserve that is having to be procured in real time.
Yeah.
Obviously, attempt to rectify that is by balancing reserve. At the moment, that's only running about 400 megawatts. Is the intention to increase that during this year? And do you think that will push more of that volume to day ahead and deliver what it's intending to?
Yeah, exactly. One of the kind of questions, I guess, that we've got from stakeholders is, could you manage most of your issues that you're talking about in REMA by just massively procuring balancing reserve and using that as your kind of buffer for all the other uncertainty that you're facing in the balancing mechanism? That would be one route. I don't think it would be replicated anywhere else internationally. But so long as there is uncertainty about how the market finalises its position at gate closure, we will need to hold reserve in the balancing mechanism, and there will be uncertainty about how much balancing reserve is needed, which means that we will never procure our full amount at day ahead because we will over or under procure. So there will always be some kind of messiness in balancing until we get a clearer spot price that is aligned with the underlying system needs.
And so what do you think needs to be in that spot? Sorry.
No, I got the 2-minute notice sign from the back of the room. So I really want to pick up on this, and because this is, well, maybe we should have a conversation outside. Sure. And I thought, Izzy, maybe you want to host a table at lunchtime to talk about dispatch, because, I mean, this feels like my kind of room. So really great questions, and thank you. I'm just conscious of time, so we are going to move on to balancing reserve, because we're going to talk about our key markets. But before John gets up, Rebecca, I think you're starting. Where? Oh, you're there. Rebecca's going to come and talk to us about EMR.
Good afternoon, everybody. We have just passed 12 o'clock, so I will stay with my time slot, not eating too much of your lunch break. I'm Rebecca Young. I'm leading the Electricity Market Reform Delivery Body in the ESO. We are responsible for capacity market and the contracts for different regimes. The team is really busy with the allocation round 6 CFD assessment at this moment, so I'm here to give you an update on capacity market. This slide shows the key stats of the T-1 and T-4 auctions we performed back in February this year. So across 2 auctions, we received 1,185 applications. And through the initial assessment and the Tier 1 disputes process, 70% of the applications actually were pre-qualified, and 25% were conditionally pre-qualified. And 6% of those conditional pre-qualified didn't meet the requirement, such as credit cover or planning consent in time. So as a result, 89% of applications entered the auction. You'll see we procured 7.6 gigawatts under T-1, bring the total 55.2 gigawatts for the coming winter delivery year 24-25. So far, we have procured 56.6 gigawatts for delivery year 27-28. Due to low liquidity in the market, we've seen the record high clearing price for T-4. This is sending a strong signal to the market towards 2030. Now, as delivery body, we have seen 3 themes of main errors. One is signature errors. Second one is missing documentations. And third one is misunderstanding of the regulatory changes introduced in last year. So, as always, we will launch an event in July, and we'll go through the common themes of errors and trying to help parties to get ready for this time round. Now, moving on to EMR portal. And as you know, the portal is an important tool to enable both parties and delivery bodies to manage the capacity process and demonstrate compliance. And we are committed to introduce a new portal to support this year's capacity market. And since January, we opened the portal for registration, and we have had just over 900 companies registered. I'm not going to name and shame the other 5. Only 5 didn't meet the deadline to register in time, but really pleased with the result. And during March and April, we designed a customer familiarization window. This exercise is to create the safe environment, testing environment for parties to try out the new functionalities and provide feedback and report any issues for us to fix before the go live. And I'm really pleased to see that it's such a successful event. We have a lot of positive feedback from parties, and we scored 8 out of 10. Majority of people agreed the new portal is significantly better than the current one. It's easy to use, more user-friendly, and also easy to navigate. Some people call out the integrated guidance. It's a big win. So there's over 100 guidance now integrated in the system to help people to navigate each process. Now, I'll have to say, the portal is not perfect. It's not gold-plated. There were 31 issues raised, and 20 of them were fixed already, and 11 solutions are being tested at this moment. And the people also raised about 60 enhancement requests for us to consider, and they have been incorporated in our continuous improvement plan. Some of you may recall that in our last recorded market forum, I mentioned that we were on track to launch the portal in May. It was the case until early this month when we told industry that we're going to take the new portal down on the 10th of May to get ready for data migration. We received a flood of customer queries, and to be honest, it was over 230 in 10 days. And a lot of them is about CMU transfer and ownership changing. So we have to conclude these queries before we can migrate data from the existing portal to the new portal. And also, it will be safer to have more time to test the functionalities and the defects which we have fixed, as you reported through the familiarization window. So we definitely will launch the portal in June, and actually tomorrow we're having a dedicated webinar to talk about what you need to do leading up to the portal go live and then the continued support we're going to offer you. I appreciate it is a big thing, is a system that you have been crying for, waiting for a long time. And with your support, we're nearly there. So please let me know how your experience and feedback about the new portal. And then I welcome, hope to see some of you tomorrow on the webinar. And then on that, I'll pass it on to Kathy.
It's always good when somebody's looking around for the next person to hand to, right? Promise you, I'm ready. So afternoon, do my time check. My name's Kathy Fraser. I'm head of market requirements. I might know some people in the room, but it's really lovely just to see everybody here. I've been assured that the green button is forward and the red button is back, so it's Kathy proof. I love it. So I'm going to talk to you and then hand over to my colleague John. We'll do a bit of a double act on some of our current products as well. And if you've got questions, then please pop them on Slido, and we'll come to them at the end. So I'm first going to talk to you about the enduring auction capability. Fantastic, right slide. So a massive part of the growth in our dynamic response market that we've seen has been enabled by the launch of EAC. I'm going to go with acronyms, but if there are too many, please shout and let me know. So just a really, really quick reminder for people, this launched on the 2nd of November, which seems like an awful long time now, right? But launched on 2nd November, and it supports the procurement of our dynamic response suite. So that's dynamic containment, dynamic moderation, and dynamic regulation. We've also got balancing reserve on there as well, which I'll talk about in a little bit as well. And our new products, so for example, quick reserve, which John will talk about in a bit, will also be accessible and procured via EAC. So my team, just for context, my team are the one that do the day-ahead market procurement piece. So that's sort of my remit for this piece. So EAC, there's a number of facts on here for you, but basically it's increased market capacity from around about 3 gigawatts to about 4.5 gigawatts each day. That's meant we can move to lower inertia of 130 GVA seconds, and we are progressing further on that in terms of our FRCR process. It's also unlocked additional liquidity, and it's allowed more efficient bidding, leading to lower prices, which is something I'm going to show you slightly on the second slide, which means that growing that market is really essential for our move to low inertia, low carbon. You know, you'll have heard that's kind of our thread as we move to 2025 and out to 2035. So the other thing, just to show you really quickly, is just some context for the graph as to what you're looking at. You're looking at on your, let me get this right, left-hand side. The left-hand side is our first sort of 30 days, or the last 30 days of using EPEX to procure services, and then the first 30 days of the EAC platform for our dynamic response tools. So you can see that we've seen a massive step change just with all that functionality that the EAC gives to people. They can stack, they can move things around, they can overhold, etc. It gives a couple of facts and figures on there for you as well, but 57% reduction in prices and also a 69% increase in cleared volume, which overall we're looking at a projected saving of 86.5, just checking the number on the thing, 86.5 million for the year, clearly not insignificant. So that's one part to talk to you about. And then the second part to talk to you about is Balancing Reserve. So Balancing Reserve launched on the 12th of March. Again, not that long ago, but it still feels like a considerable portion of time, which is our newest ancillary service that ESO have launched. Just a quick reminder for people, just in case you're not in the frame for this one. So this aims to procure our reserve at day ahead, and that's reserve that would otherwise have been procured for optional availability in the balancing mechanism. So the aim of the service, as with the majority of our services, is to drive lower consumer costs by replacing the higher cost energy instructed with lower cost capacity or availability payments, if you like, as a way to provide reserve. As of last week, I just have to check, but the 9th of May was only last week, we have 17 participants for the service. Average clearing price around £2.97 and market revenue around 1.86 million. There is a sort of ongoing review, as you would imagine, with any new service. How's it working? How's it landing? We do appreciate that we had an issue with delayed receipt of some prelim settlement statements, which should all hopefully now be resolved, and also a delay in 2 results publications as well. But hopefully, again, the process behind those, we've sort of smoothed them through. We're spending quite a lot of time looking at the service, how it's performing, behaviour of individuals as well, and getting a lot of feedback. So thank you very much for everybody that's come forward and said, it's good, but it's not good because we're kind of building that all in together. So as with a number of our presentations, there's a link here should you wish to also reach out, or I'm absolutely available over coffee, lunch, and in the break. So please do come and talk to me. What we have seen, though, as well, if I just sort of click on to some of the key findings, and I appreciate it's rather stark, right? There's 4 boxes on your screen, but these are the summary of our findings. We've seen a number of technologies take part, first of all. So currently, positive reserve, we see where we've kind of landed at the moment is mainly gas reciprocating engines and storage assets. We're seeing that our positive balancing reserve market seems to be competitive, so we're looking at being able to procure over 2 times our sort of volume requirements. But then on the negative balancing reserve side of things, we're seeing a slightly different story there. We're not meeting what we've set out as our initial procurement piece. So there's an ongoing conversation on how negative balancing reserve is valued by us, by the industry. Again, all feedback gratefully received there, because we do believe there's revenue in negative reserve, but it's clear that we maybe need to do some sort of bits and tweaks around there. The other thing I do get asked quite a lot about is, that's great, it's a new service, how does that impact on the rest of your markets and the rest of the costs? What are you seeing? At this point in time, we're not actually seeing large impacts on the dynamic response services that we currently have, or the volumes. As I've said, we continue to review the process. You would imagine that we do. It's a new service. It's bedding in, not just in terms of yourselves and market participants, but also in terms of our control room and operations and using it going forward. So I'm going to hand you over to my colleague, John, who is going to speak to you about the next of our new products.
Thank you, Kathy. Sorry, everyone. It's a bit of a long walk all the way from the back over there. Afternoon, everyone. I'm John Wisdom. I'm the Head of Market Change here at the ESO, soon to be the NESO. I'm well aware that me and any questions you have stand between you and lunch, so I'll be as quick as I can and make sure that we've got some time for your questions later. I think the few things I want to talk to you about are the evolution and development of our quick reserve and slow reserve products, where we are on response and some of the things you can expect to see from us in the next few months in this year. A little touch on our single markets platform, and then I'll come on and talk briefly about DFS, our demand flexibility service. So, quick reserve and all of our products are really important for us moving towards a more efficient system that takes account of the changing dynamics of that, and also means that we can meet our zero carbon operation ambitions. It all ties together with the work that Lizzie's doing and the work that the rest of the team is doing in terms of managing those costs and delivering for consumers. Quick reserve is about making sure that we can secure that fast, firm acting capacity, positive and negative, as we say there on the slide, and react pre-fault to make sure we restore the energy imbalance quickly. The current fast acting reserve products we have are provided only by a small pool of providers, so mainly in that kind of spin gen pump storage markets and through our optional fast reserve service. So making progress on this product is really important. We are at this point looking to release a consultation to enable us to release this through a BM dispatch functionality towards the autumn of this year. That consultation should be coming out shortly. I'll talk a bit more about timelines associated with these in a minute. The reason for that is because we see significant consumer benefits. So although there is a system and process limitation our side, which means we can't roll that out across BM and non-BM at the same time, we think there are sufficient benefits there that we should carry on and proceed with that in the shorter term, and then enable the participation of non-BM assets in the future. Moving on quickly to talk about positive and negative slow reserve. I appreciate that we've had to take a kind of replan of the rollout of reserve, and particularly slow reserve. We've had to replan the development of this product, and we're looking at how we can develop this and roll it out fully next year. We're not able to progress this service this year in the same way as we can the BM Quick Reserve service. It's there about replacing that legacy store service and making sure that we can have a post-fault recovery for bidirectional energy, and it really helps us manage those largest demand generation losses on the system. We are looking at, as I said, publishing that Article 18 consultation for a quick reserve for the BM only at the end of this month, or maybe slightly into June, depending upon where we get to in the next couple of weeks with the final iteration of that. The Article 18 process is really important. It's how we make sure that we comply with retained parts of European law, particularly around the electricity balancing regulation. So the feedback you give us through that on all of our services is really crucial for how we make sure we develop and deliver effectively. We want to make sure we continue engaging with you on Quick Reserve and both the Phase 2 part of that, but also the slow reserve products that we will be coming out with next year. And as well as the go live for that Quick Reserve Phase 1, so that's the BM only version, we want to be making sure that we launch the consultation for Quick Reserve Phase 2 and the slow reserve in autumn this year to make sure we've got lots of time to consider responses and consider the developments that any of you might suggest through that into 2025 for the eventual launch of the product on our new suite of systems, so our OBP suite of systems, which is replacing our current balancing systems within our control room. So quickly moving on to response. So we've got 4 key areas in terms of our dynamic services that we're looking at in terms of reform over the next stage. So this will be our Response Release 3 programme. We're looking at how we remove any restrictions on ramp rates. So at the moment, we've heard a lot from providers that this is a significant pain point. We've done a lot of engagement on that, and we're trying to make sure that we can remove that as much as possible to allow providers to operate in that market without those restrictions. In terms of monitoring and reporting, we've also had lots of feedback from parties that they want to see and understand how those will be managed and monitored and penalties enforced if applicable in the future. We're taking the steps through development of our systems and processes within the ESO to make sure that we can do that effectively and transparently, and everyone can see effectively where that's coming from. We'll publish more information on that. This isn't necessarily about changes to the service terms per se, but it's about making sure that those are followed up on and understood in terms of providers, how we will follow up with people who don't meet the expectations of those contractual terms. Availability and state of energy is another area. Again, we don't think this requires significant change to the service terms, but we do think the terms could use some increase in clarity, so we will be publishing that as part of Release 3. And then finally, on the dynamic side, we're looking at requiring 24/7 data from non-BM units as part of the regular operation of those units and these services. And this is to give us increased visibility and transparency within our control room and look at helping us understand and manage overall costs. But I'm really keen to hear and understand from you all how that would be managed and whether that what issues or challenges that may cause for you. This is something that, from an ESO perspective, we're really looking at and focusing on as part of our distributed energy resources programme. So how can we really understand and get transparency about those assets that are not connected to the transmission system or visible through our usual systems and processes. Finally, just on response, I wanted to touch on mandatory frequent review response, or MFR. So MFR currently operates under a derogation. We've been discussing with Ofgem very recently about an extension to that derogation, but we also recognise that we need a real-time response product, and we're working to understand how we can make changes to that. So there are two parts to this. There's working to extend that to ensure MFR can continue to be a tool that we use in the foreseeable future in its current form, but then also looking to make meaningful and lasting change to that to enable us to continue to access that capability from the system. I will move on quickly for SMP and maybe just touch on a couple of things. So I think the thing for SMP is I'm really proud of it as a programme. So our single markets platform gets a lot of input from users and from yourselves in terms of how we can best improve it, how we can make sure that it delivers both for us as a key system and also for yourselves. In the next 6 to 12 months, we're going to continue looking at how we make sure all those future services that I've briefly touched on are onboarded effectively, and make sure that we the progress that we're making on things like common asset register and understanding how we can do things like proof of concept between us and DSOs on data sharing between SMP and DSO systems to make sure we're making the most of understanding where those assets are and how they can be used in terms of services for both DSOs and the ESO. SMP, I think, has a great track record in terms of how we engage with you all. So our commitment is always there to continue with those monthly show and listens and understand from you all how we can improve that system and how we can make the changes that you want to see. And then finally, demand flexibility service. So we have been considering this over the last few months, particularly following the conclusion of the service for 23-24. More than 2.5 million businesses and households participated in the demand flexibility service. This is an increase of around about 50% compared to the last winter. Really pleased with the growth that we've seen in that and the participation. We've seen considerable changes by providers as well in terms of things like forecast improvements, particularly with changes to the way baselining worked in the latest iteration of the service. There was a step change in the way that providers sent data to us, and we saw around about 450 megawatts available at the day ahead stage and around 350 megawatts available for within day dispatch through that service. So really positive growth, really positive to see consumers and businesses coming forward and participating in that. Also this year, I was really pleased that we conducted 7 competitive tests. So this was where we saw some real price discovery in terms of where people come forward and offer that volume to us through this route, which I think is fairly unique and something that we're really pleased to have seen develop at the ESO. I think we really recognise that in the immediate term, you're all making decisions right now about your commitments to various markets. And I think the important thing I wanted to say was that we want to carry on with DFS as a service, but make significant change, well, relatively significant changes given the timescales that we're operating in to the service for this year so that it is available for this winter and beyond that point in time. Although the existing derogation for DFS expired just last month, we won't be able to carry out anything further under the current contractual terms, but we will shortly publish an end of service report, which will go into some of the key stats for the previous run of it, as I explained. And also we issued a questionnaire and had 38 responses to that, which was great to hear that from you all in terms of your feedback on the service. And we're conducting one-to-one calls with people on that. So if you did send us a response and you haven't had a chance to directly engage with us, then please either do come and see me or one of the team, and we can set that up and make sure we have a really constructive conversation. We saw two main areas that were highlighted by respondees to that questionnaire in terms of what's the overall revenue proposal, what's the overall kind of revenue expectations or ability for market providers to participate in the service, and also can we consider stacking and changes to stacking, particularly around things like the capacity market and DSO services, and we're going to be taking forward that. Our expectation is that we'll be able to publish something to the market around the 7th of June or very shortly thereafter in terms of our finalised new agreed propositions. I want to make sure, as this slide says, that we're heading towards a consultation at the start of July to enable a product to go live for this winter and us to again see flexibility come forward through that route. So that was a bit whistle stop, but I wanted to make sure that we have good time for Q&A before lunch, and I don't want to hold you too far back from your sandwiches. So thank you everyone, and I'll hand back to Matt.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Kathy, and thank you, Rebecca. It's always weird when you've spent a day talking about all the really big stuff, and then it's like, oh, we'll just do the stuff that we normally talk about, but that's equally as big, massive, and transformational. So I'm just thinking about how we do these events in the future, because there's a lot to get through and a lot of really good stuff going on. So good opportunity. Ask Rebecca questions on capacity market, CFD if you want. Ask questions of Kathy on quick reserve, on, I can't remember, enduring auction capability, balancing reserve. There's an interesting conversation going on around negative balancing reserve, and then also pick up with John. There are 2 Slido questions, but let's see if there's anybody in the room with anything burning. Question from Jem at the back.
Okay, Jem Suleiman, Staff Capital again. On the MFR within day point, I've known about this for a while, so it'd be good to get out plans for that, what the timescales are, that ASAP. But thinking as a suggestion, I think this point is probably going to come up with all the other day-ahead services you've got on all the other ancillary services. So it sounds like you might want to have a project to say where you might be putting within day services for some of the other ancillary services, the reservers and the response services as well.
Yeah, good point. John, I don't know whether you want to pick up.
Yeah, so thank you, Chem. I'm really happy to talk more at lunch if it's helpful, but yes, anything we take forward in this space, we'll publish as soon as we can in terms of taking that through. I imagine that it will be spotlights through things like the Operational Transparency Forum, but we'll also do dedicated webinars and sessions with open to everyone, and also one-to-one sessions to understand how we progress change in this area and how we make sure the market is aware of how we're going to take forward overall kind of changes to those frameworks. Your points on should you look more within day existing response markets, yeah, absolutely accept that as well, and it's something that we are thinking through and considering how we do that.
And I'd just like to, it's not easy. It's going to be fun building those day-ahead markets, those intraday markets and our procurement strategy. So it's something we're aware of, and there are people, I think Kathy's team are thinking a lot about that at the moment already. Question here at the front.
Tessa Hillen, Octopus Energy. Question for John. Will that publication in June also provide some clarity on whether DFS will include demand turn up as well? Because I think there was some...
Yeah, so I think So I think it's fair to say that's a great ambition for the service, right? Is can we think about turn up? I'm not sure that it will necessarily be for this winter, but it's something that we want to definitely put on the plan for the future. So having DFS as a kind of something that's more enduring for this winter and beyond is absolutely a key part of what we're looking at, and that would need to include both a turn down and a turn up element to any service.
Thanks, John. Question over there.
Matthew Kerr from Orenco. Will QR clear independently of DC, DM and DR, or will the current algorithm be updated such that they all clear together?
Kathy?
I'm going to be absolutely honest and say I don't know, but I can find that out from the team. So, yeah, great question. I don't know. Unless anybody else knows?
I don't think we're planning to co-optimise, but I'm not sure.
I'm going to double check before I
Kathy will
say
double
anything.
check and we'll come back to you, hopefully, at some point during today.
I'll check with the team.
See
Thank
what
you.
the team come back with. While you're all thinking about some more questions, I'm going to go to Slido. John, Kathy, you can have a fight over who picks this one up. Whatever happened to static response? It used to be spoken about. I had understood it was a new frequency response service that would be introduced after the dynamic services. Is that still on the to-do list, or have other services overtaken it?
Cool. And if I may, so I'll start, John, and then you can pick up if I miss anything. Is that all right? It's all good. Teamwork, right? I think the question as well on the future of static FFR and what's that looking like, which we haven't covered, so don't panic for the person that asked that question. We'll have static response. That's not disappeared off the face of the earth. So just a quick reminder for people, that's the one that's triggered for an immediate reaction, an immediate sort of generation or downturn response. And I'm just double checking my facts because it's always important to do that. Our requirement sort of averages around 250 megawatts for that as well. So very much still there. It is quite correct, Emma. It is one of the things we are looking at to make sure, because at the moment you can't necessarily co-optimize with other services. So we're looking at whether or not that's possible, where that might be possible. And timescales on that is, I believe, this is where I'm going to look at my learned colleague over there, and he can't kick me from this far away. I believe that's after quick reserve, but John's nodding, so I'll take that as a, yeah.
Yes, and sorry for trying to discreetly cough for the live microphone. But yes, I think that ties up with where I think we are from a planning point of view.
Yeah, just to build on that, because I think we've outlined in the operational operability strategy report the need for a static recovery type service, and we're aware there are a lot of providers who do provide very useful capability in terms of frequency response that aren't capable of doing dynamic, so ensuring there's a route to market for those providers is also part of that, so it's good. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, John. Question from Mel. Kathy, I think this is you, but also feel free to tell me otherwise. Have you evaluated the benefit of balancing reserve, and how does it compare to the huge savings predicted by the consultants?
Yeah. So I don't need to delegate that one, I know. So yes, we have looked at re-evaluating it. My laptop, and this apologies, has just died on me trying to get the evidence. I can demonstrate it. So I'm very happy to come back after lunch, if that's all right, with where we've got to on that. But just for everybody's benefit as well, a bit of context. So when we were looking at the balancing reserve service, the piece around sort of the valuation of that was done prior to that. So clearly now that we've seen what we can get from the service, you'll also notice as well that our procurement levels are quite low at the moment. We haven't gone out for our full volume that we could require, our full requirement, because we are still working it through in terms of how that works. Like I said, anything sort of bedding in terms of our operations as well. So the valuation of that is key. We have a figure, and we will likely re-evaluate that later as well when we sort of move to different buy curves as well for that. So yeah, apologies for the laptop battery. It's quite ironic, really. So.
And it's probably a question down here.
Hi, Matt. Hope you're well. Maurice Lynch from Northern Power Grid. So I think my question is going to be aimed at John, so I might as well look at you. So it's in relation to, so I'm familiar with the fast reserved, and obviously the new quick reserve is coming out, and that's fantastic. But can you tell me, in terms of where you have an influx of participants, say as a mix of batteries, DNO providing, etc., or gas and diesel generators, would the ESO prioritise clean energy technologies over the gas and diesel ones. Are you able to say that, or is it going to be just we'll pick and choose as we go and we'll share the love around, or how does it work?
So our license means that we're technology agnostic in terms of the dispatch and use of services. The requirement, I think, still in the NESO license is very much about economic and efficient dispatch, and I'm not sure that that kind of zero carbon question comes into our live dispatch decisions, but I might look at Matt or Lizzie or anyone else if they've got any other update on that. So no, I think it's very much on a what's the most economic and efficient value for the consumer.
We only dispatch on cost. It gets far too complicated when you start to try and dispatch on carbon as well, and we believe that the carbon price should be reflected in the price that we're paying in the market.
I suppose a challenge back, we're transitioning to net zero. Do you think that's going to change in future?
Do I think it's going to change? My preference would be the carbon price is the lever that's pulled to get us to do it, because I think if you try and optimise, maybe we can pick this up at our panel session, Morris. But if you try and optimise around carbon and price, it gets very tricky very quickly. And the thing is, we've got a live control room who are trying to keep the lights on, and price is straightforward, although as Rich has highlighted, even that can prove complicated. I think adding another dimension into that in the near future probably is unlikely, would where I'd sit. Ooh, question there?
Carbon cost and is a cost to society that isn't captured currently. Yeah. So, I think it's just carrying on from, and it isn't currently captured effectively. I don't think. I
would agree. Yeah.
So I think that would be I would agree with Morris that it's a question. If we're moving to net zero, how could that be captured better?
Yeah, and I mean, Ofgem colleagues who are here probably know better than I do, but in our NESO licence, which I think is out for consultation at the moment, just gone, there is terms about linking the net zero goal to our procurement strategies. So it's something that under NESO we will have to consider, but I'm not going to promise we'll start dispatching on carbon today. Cool. Nearly lunchtime. I just wanted to pick up on something, because what's from the questions as well, and it's really interesting. There's a few of us having a meeting with the Californian system operator and the Australian system operator. Later on this evening to talk about our response products and things. They're a little bit blown away at the transition that we've done in the time that we've done it on a live system. So it's Kathy talking about we're actively looking at the volumes. It's just I just want to highlight our approach is seen as very strange by the people. So although you think we're slow, there are other parts of the world who think we're very much too fast. But it was just Kathy's example of we're actively looking at manipulating things based on what we're seeing. Other people are going a lot slower around it. So it's also very interesting there. Very excited about hearing about our dynamic services that a lot of you in the room will be providing that are seen as quite esoteric for them, I think would be the word. So yeah, fab. Great session. Thank you for those presenters. Aware some people, so we've got a panel session this afternoon with Morris from MPG, Northern Power Grid, and Alistair from Flexitricity. You're both nodding, which is good. And myself as well with Vicky hosting. So we'll be doing that this afternoon. We've got lunch now, chance to mingle, chance to chat. I'm really excited that we're up here in Glasgow and it's a different set of people and not the same set of people that we always see. No offence to people online. I'm really good at dropping them today. And then afterwards, we've also got another chance for some drinks and some mingling after the panel session. But I appreciate some people might want to leave. Been asked, you've got your passes, they've got a little survey on the back, give us the feedback. If you give us the feedback, we'll listen to it and we'll make changes and we'll make this better. If you're not feeling like a pen and person today, Slido, Code is Markets, you can put details in the poll there. But we'll have a break for lunch now for 45 minutes, I think, and then come back for the panel session. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for your attention. Thanks for the great questions. Look forward to talking to you over lunch. All right. conscious they're going to turn our mics on.
I think they are.
I have.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, you start. You take over. Welcome
Right.
back, everyone.
Can you all hear us all? Can you all hear us all? Thumbs up at the back. Excellent. Welcome back. So this is our panel event. First things first, I'd like to call out the rather large pale elephant in the room. So we're not the most diverse panel at the moment. There is a reason for that. It's an incredibly busy week. There are a number of people speaking at the moment, and I think it's fair to say, as an industry, we have less people available to come and talk on these panels as we would like from a diverse population. Not taking anything away from the two guys who are here to talk to us today. Just the big thank you. I haven't got to you yet, Matt. Two guests, and then Matt and I. So we're going to be talking through some questions today. We've got some pre-prepared questions that we will be throwing out to the audience. I'm here to host, so I will be, if people aren't asking questions, I will be pointing at you, just so you know. We want to make sure we've got some engagement. We also have the guys online, so questions coming through on Slido would be great. This is very much a Q&A. We're going to start with a couple of questions, like I said, that we've pre-prepared. But I would really like and welcome feedback from everybody across the audience, as well as the guys here. And firstly, big thank you to the three who are here talking to me today. If you could introduce yourselves, I will work my way around. So can you introduce yourself, please?
Alistair Martin, Chief Strategy Officer at Flexelectricity.
Thank you.
Maurice Lynch, Head of System Flexibility at Northern Power Grid.
You all know Matt.
I've been speaking of today. Just in case there's people who've just joined for this afternoon session, Matt McGill, Interim Director of Markets at National Grid ESO.
And again, if anybody's just joined and doesn't know who I am, I'm Vicky Mustard. I am the Head of Gas and Whole Energy Market Development for ESO. So I will get straight into the questions. So my first question, I'm going to start with you, Maurice, if that's all right. What would be your top ask of the incoming government, whoever that may be?
Thanks for that, Vicky. So yeah, nice question, considering there's government and Ofgem in the room. But yeah, I suppose for me, in terms of, when I touch back to Northern Power Grid and obviously our ethos, we'd like to see the UK become a framework for investment going forward for all networks. We believe that the incumbent price review period in terms of ED2 is very limiting in what we can do. So we're all trying to transition to obviously net zero, etc. But when you're kind of governed and have baseline allowances only for ED2, that's very, very hard. We want to look beyond that and do more where we can, and obviously support our customers that are connected to us, and obviously our stakeholders move beyond that. But I say the key kind of line we have is create an investment framework within the UK and as part of government, giving us more stability and security that we can invest more, knowing that obviously the investment there, but security there to move forward. Whereas right now, when you're limited within ED2, you're kind of not much you can do. So I think greater in terms of investment and I suppose security, knowing that we can move forward to help accomplish net zero will be one of the key things for me.
And when you say security and how we move forward, what would that look like for you?
I think greater in terms of backings in terms for investment. So we, at the moment, we're judged on we're given allowances for our ED2 period. That's how we play within that kind of remit there, and that's what we do. But we're looking beyond ED2 now. We're coming into ED3. I hear people in the room talk about ED3, and I'm thinking, God. And we are thinking that and doing that, but until we go through consultations and discussions and obviously liaising with government, we can't commit to that. Investment makes you commit.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. And I suppose uncertainty around that makes you cautious. I believe we've been very, very cautious in terms of within our price review period. I think we need to be bold. People talk the UK is fantastic in terms of net zero and flexibility, yeah, but being cautious is not going to keep us there. Let's be honest, folks. So we would like to see greater in terms of policy changes, more flexibility, pardon the pun, but more in regulation, be able to move forward and more, I suppose, investment, and that would attract more investment externally from international organisations as well, which we are seeing, but we need to see more of that.
Thank you. Alistair, what would you add?
I want to sort of talk about market openness, but in fact, I think ESO has most of the mandate, REMA aside, that it needs to enact that part of both government and regulatory policy. From the government's point of view, I think that taking the investability point and the investment point, I think you've got to ask what you're going to invest in. And to me, government should be looking at heat. And when I look at NESO's mandate, you see heat in there, not as strongly as I would like. But if we're looking at investment in heat and cooling, and we're looking at investment in thermal storage, then suddenly you've got a means of dividing the total energy load associated with heat, which is 1/3 of our total energy needs, by 3, using heat pumping where appropriate, which is most places. And you are talking about repowering that with a commodity that can be decarbonised into a form that can be stored. What's not to like about all of that? So I would absolutely put that in the front. But the other thing is, going back to the NESO point, your mandate in NESO is covered with the word strategy. And I think government needs to commit to that, that concept of strategy that you then enact, and it should be leaning on you continuously to monitor progress and become quite a hungry and demanding client that wants the job finished. And that's the only way the strategies become real operational practices.
Thank you. Matt, anything you'd like to add?
Probably building on both Maurice's and Alistair's points, because I think I agree with Alistair that with NESO we've kind of almost got the mandate for all the things that we need to do, but we need the support of government because we don't have all the levers. And I think things like the planning issues associated with network build, we know we need to build the network, we're coming up with good network plans, we need support on those. So I think it's that supporting us in delivering that strategy to give that long-term view to drive the investment in GB and in the energy system to decarbonise it. So I think it's a combination of both Maurice and Alistair's points.
I think the other thing I'd add is, certainly from a government point of view, we talk a lot about markets, we talk a lot about signals. Actually, as a consumer, I go back to your point, I don't buy gas and I don't buy electricity, I buy heat or I buy light. So actually, if we could start to, my ask to government would be to kind of get that consumer way of thinking into some of the decision making, because then we can really start to, we've got to bring consumers on the journey with us across net zero. It's not going to work without them. How do we make it into their language as well as our own market language? Does anybody across the floor have any, I just want to have to take my glasses off, sorry. Do we have any questions from across the floor anywhere with regards to this question on kind of what should the incoming government be thinking about? I've got one over here, please, whoever's miking.
One word, consenting.
Consenting. You might have to expand on that one just for... So that was consenting for new build network.
Consenting for new build electricity network. You know, whichever future you believe in, we're going to see greater electricity use. That's going to need more network assets to move it about. The time taken to get consent for some of those assets is delaying the transition.
Fair point. Thank you. Any more from across the floor? Oh, here we go. Look, hands everywhere. Excellent.
Hi, Alan Kelly from Corio Generation Offshore Wind Developer. So we'd love the new government to make a clear pathway for investment. If we think investment's absolutely key to building the net zero network, and without that clear path, we're not going to deliver net zero. It's as simple as that. We're just not going to do it. With the uncertainty that is in regulation and policy alone at the moment, it's making it very difficult to secure financial investment decisions. Be sure about CFD prices. Consumers are suffering. So we need a clear pathway to deliver the network. So put on hold some of the more radical reforms in policy. Allow us to build the network with and attract the investment that we need with certainty, and then continue to do all the great work around optimising the network. So that'd be my ask. Thanks.
Thank you. I think I saw a few hands up over here. Or have they just gone down again? No? Okay. We will make sure we pass this on to government. I think that clarity piece, it comes up time and time again. And I think, to be fair to the guys in government, trying to make a decision in the next 3 years that's going to be impacting in 15 years' time is really, really hard, and is certainly not how voters vote for you. So there's a real ask of our politicians to do things very differently that is going to be interesting to see as we progress, I think. Right, So, thank you for that. Question, I feel like a school whiz. All right, the joys of reading glasses. So, Alistair, we've started to touch on this. What would you say should be top of NESO's priority list for its first year?
I mean, there's lots of things that everybody wants to put up there. I think one of the things that's got to happen is a process that has begun, which is a sort of a clearing out of operational practices that are outdated, but while retaining the people that would have practiced them. Because you can't do this, you can't run this system without that deep ingrained knowledge of how things work. What they need is better tools. And with better tools, they can undertake better practices. You've started building that toolkit. That is the thing that is going to unlock the largest amount of flexibility, the largest contribution to security of supply, and the most economical resource of system balancing. But they need the tools to be able to access them, and you need them to have the knowledge of what it's like to operate a system in that control room and in all the support functions. You've got and need to grow your base. We know that. You need to change the practices without disenchanting people who've been living with a certain world that's been there for a long time. You've got to bring them with you. And I've actually been really, I've had great pleasure in meeting some of the ENCC people that have recently come out of the shadows, for want of a better phrase. Meeting these people has been absolutely enlightening, and I know it's sharpened our pitch very substantially. So initially, when the phrase skip rate came out, for the record, skip rate was coined by Emmanuel Dua, who worked for us at the time. He now works with Motability, so he's electrifying disabled transport. That's what he's doing now. But when he came over to me and said, here's a graph of the skip rate, that was the first use of that phrase. And the skip rate is now an accusation on ENCC, but there's a reason for it. They need tools in order to get beyond that and understanding in order to get beyond that. So that's probably the biggest thing, is making sure that you can get beyond these operational difficulties into the way that you operate a fully flexible, open market future.
Thank you. Maurice.
Yeah, kind of building, and there's probably a few things on that. So building, my observation, I've been to a few of these events, and it's probably not fair to say this, but I'll say it anyways, is that every time I meet someone with senior, or obviously that my team or I liaise with in ESO, I've been in the company 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
I think it's a very apparent theme that, so you obviously have a high turnover in terms of staff rate and in terms of churn, which isn't helpful, because when we start to move things or progress things towards industry, people have moved on and it's parked. That annoys me. Stagnancy in terms of not being able to move things forward. So I think within ESO we need more kind of stability in terms of your long-term commitments to staff, being able to move things and see things out. Because when you have people move on, they're leading critical roles, it impacts us all, and we're all just kind of left there waiting. So I think that's the key thing. One of the other things I'd say is engagement. So we had the ESO up recently, obviously understanding what MPG, I think they're doing a bit of a tour of all the DNOs, which is fantastic. That's been years since that's happened.
Okay.
And that's been, I think, not good enough, if I'm honest, if I'm being a little bit critical. We need better engagement, not just with networks. There's people in here from offshore, aggregators, etc. How can you deliver net zero or enable it if you don't know the priorities, the objectives or priorities of people supporting you in that delivery? And I don't think you do, because that helps you join the dots. Oh, networks are doing this, prioritizing this, aggregators are doing this, this works like that. I don't think the engagement has been good enough, if I'm honest. And I think as you change to NESO, I'd be quite challenging going to see a structure, how you engage and how that feeds into your decision making moving forward as an organisation.
I think engagement's come up with this. I don't think we're hearing anything there we haven't heard. I think engagement is something that comes up time and time again. So we're certainly looking at how we can engage better as NESO. I think it's really great to hear that. What did you say? They're coming out of the dark. I think we do have some incredible people that work in the control centre to actually. I was there the other day, and I have worked in electricity, but I'm kind of primarily I'm a gas girl. It's just seeing how this all works and how it all comes together is this whole different world. So actually getting that knowledge through, I think you're right. There are a lot of new people coming in. We've got a lot of new priorities and new things to work on. So it's getting that balance right of new thinking as well as people who know what they're talking about. I don't mean I don't know what I'm talking about, but new people who've been there for a while and understand how that pulls through. And I think before I go to Matt, is there any other thoughts on the floor as to what NESO should be doing? You think kind of the first 12 months of NESO as opposed to ESO? Is there anything you would like to see? Taking my glasses off again. In the corner. Thank you.
Carlo Rossini, Energy Link Partnership. I think more information and transparency in the reports that you have, because to get the markets to work and all the constraints and all the issues that you're facing, for investors need to see data, they need to see market information that allows them to then make up their own minds about where they should invest and how much they should invest. So I think more transparency in your reports.
Okay, thank you. Any more on the floor? Okay. So apart from transparency and communication.
Sorry, Tom Ridgway, ENWL. I guess potentially earlier conversations on, so market developments. I think I'm going to, talking about quick reserve and slow reserve again, but could you get people in the room earlier on to brainstorm some of the elements, or is it, because I understand and appreciate the efforts for outreach and stuff, but sometimes it feels later than potentially it could. So you shape those conversations earlier or have those open discussions earlier on for what the objectives are for each element would be useful.
Okay, thank you. That's very useful feedback. Thank you. Matt, anything you want to add?
Just to say, I think it's really good hearing these comments because this is the conversation we're having internally.
Yeah.
I think Alistair highlighted what we've got to do is fairly straightforward, and I touched on it earlier. How we show up as an organisation is what we've got to change, and I think we definitely hear that from Morris, we're definitely hearing that from Alistair, definitely hearing that we need it from other parties, and I think we are starting to show up differently. I kind of worry that we flip it the other way and you get bored of talking to us and you're just like, can you just go on and get on with some stuff, please?
No.
But I think we're so far away from that I don't think we're going to get there in year one. But it's definitely the big thing. And we've got to rebuild trust. We've had it at times. We sometimes squander it, and we need to really rebuild that trustful relationship. And I think, touching on Vicky's point, she's a gas girl. There is a huge section of industry who's never really dealt with us before, and we've got to build trust with them.
Yeah.
And we need your help in doing that, so we need to build your trust. So to me, it's all about this building trust, which is why it's one of the values.
Is it possible that the point that Becky was talking about earlier on with the Constraints Collaboration Project might turn out to be an example of that process, wherein you start with the ideas completely out in the open and then converge on something? Is it a question of seeing how that goes?
Yeah, I mean,
that wins, that'd be great.
From a kind of taking the microcosm of markets, we've tried that. That was we'll come to you with the problem rather than, we'll come to you with a problem and some thinking we've done, and then we want your ideas, because this is co-creation. So I think Becky's CCP project, Constraints Collaboration Project, got to stop using the acronyms. I'm almost ready to commit to that being the model for the future of how we do market development. So we don't come with a fully formed product where it's like we then spent 12 months arguing about why this is the right product. We come with a problem space and solve it together. And I think we need to reflect on that in other dimensions as to what we think about.
And I think there's kind of leads to a similar question, but what would good look like? So we talk about open communication, we talk about transparency. Transparency is one of those words that every person you talk to has a slightly different view of what that means. So some people want to see the bank account, some people want to see how decisions are made. What would you like to see? What does good look like? So we're sat here again in 12 months' time. What have we done differently? How have we communicated better? How have we been more transparent? Let's get down to real specifics if we can.
I mean, my first, I obviously, like anybody faced with that possible question, would scribble out a list of a dozen things. But I'll just pick one. I would like to see the local constraints market succeed and have within a year of NESO being created, let's say 500 megawatts of capacity participating, soaking up green energy, putting green energy to use instead of discarding it, and doing that through a mix of participants. And in there, I would include supplier participants who may emphasize the day ahead. Aggregator participants are going to tend to emphasize the dispatched real time. And the third category that we often forget, which is direct solo participants that bypass me and the suppliers and go direct. Why can't they participate? Of course they should be able to if they are, if they have enough capacity to make it worth their while. So 3 different categories, 500 megawatts in 1 year. How about that?
Great. I'll add that one to the list.
Yeah, no, I think let's talk about specifics. I don't like the philosophy thing. So if we talk about, at the last forum I was at, I think I challenged Keane and Amy saying, if we don't have stacking implemented by the next winter, we failed as a network or as an institute in terms of institutes. And for me, what good looks like in 1 year time is that we have stacking implemented, DSO and ESO markets coordinated. All these lovely people here today are benefiting in terms of operating in both markets and obviously gaining and I suppose receiving maximum revenues for that, and that's giving us a more optimized network. The other one is primacy. Can we solve primacy? Can we get on and obviously spearhead that, because that is something that's coming. It's not just a nightmare that's been talked about. It is coming, and I think we have some work to do there. So when I think of stacking, coordinated, people here, and obviously at home are benefiting from that. I suppose the one last thing I'll mention is that, and it's probably a harder thing to do in the bunch, is that we've been here today, we talk about markets in terms of revenues and different things going on. I suppose my one-line philosophy is building a cost-efficient network which the consumer benefits from. And I'm talking about vulnerable people here.
Yeah.
So it's great being here today, having our lunches and things like that. But I was in the Northeast about a month ago, and I was talking on a session there at local authorities, and I said, Maurice, can you come and talk about flexibility? And speaking with some people there from the councils there, and I was trying to talk to them flexibility. I said, Maurice, people have sky-high fuel bills. We don't want to talk about flexibility. Unless it can help us, there's obviously, what's the point? So I think there's an obligation on all of us in this room. We need to see how we can support vulnerable people and close that gap, because the gap is too big at the moment in terms of the rich and the poor. I shouldn't say rich and poor, but you know what I mean in terms of vulnerable and better off. So yeah, stacking primacy, but also building that cost-efficient network that our consumers can benefit from, because we haven't got there yet.
No, I think that's a great point. I do quite a bit of work with a charity called the Fuel Bank. They're a bit like a food bank, but for fuel. And they were set up because people were going to food banks and asking for turning down pasta and rice because they didn't have the energy to cook it. So there are people going into food banks asking for tins because they can't cook other food. That to me is just what is going on in the world, if that's the conversation you're having. So I think that leads to kind of my next question, which is really around the point that was discussed earlier. So we want to get more green generation. Gene generation's a different thing. More green generation onto the system. But we also want to do this in a cost-effective manner. So as NISO, that's really our balance, I suppose. So what's more important? Do we make it as efficient as possible for your end consumers having to pay for this, or do we make it as green as possible? And how do we manage that balance? Have you got any views as to how that can be done? These are not easy questions, I appreciate.
I suppose there's a couple of things that could spring to mind, and I'll pick on John because I know he's in the corner and he's getting away with it. But when he made that smart comment to me where technology agnostic, I'm like, right, okay, but earlier, why? Can we I know there's security and obviously network resilience. Look, Viking's up and going. The French interconnector's back. The days of COVID are gone. So there is more resilience there, but can we be bold enough to say, right, we're going to say no to carbon generation on the network and go completely green? That would trigger lots of investment in terms of, right, more batteries, more solar, more wind. It's not an easy thing to do, Vicky. Not saying I know the answer, but I'm saying, but if we look at an idealistic world, can we push and can we implement that? I think that's a major step forward. Look at the Swedes, look at the Norway, look, etc. The Nordic countries. All these renewables connected. Do they have much carbon? No, they don't. They have a bit of nuclear, but they have mostly renewables. Why can't we take that step change and push that? But it requires bold thinking and obviously supporting, and goes back to the investment thing we spoke about earlier, etc., etc. I think if you want a major step change, that's where you pull the plaster off straight away.
Thank you. Alistair.
I've always tended to favour the line that ESO has a licence and should stick to it, and therefore the question of choosing between high carbon and low carbon generation should be mediated through price. But it hasn't really worked yet, so therefore you've got to question that. One really obvious point is, I think what a colleague of yours, Tess, has dubbed sin taxes, which is the cost of all of the different green support mechanisms falling on electricity, not gas, which means that gas is therefore, in a sense, subsidised. So there is, on top of that, things like there is no source of carbon atoms that doesn't come with a bill. Air is free and sunlight is free, and so there should be a natural order to the way in which these resources stack up. But when you bring in interconnectors, if people are valuing that in different ways across those interconnectors, then you can get all kinds of weird skew things happening there. What I think is that there probably aren't that many tweaks that are needed that would allow ESO to carry on delivering its license obligation as written without necessarily having to skew the market deliberately and leave that to government. Just by, especially the sin taxes thing, I think that point would actually win an awful lot. I saw a graph, as some of you probably did, of the performance of domestic heat pumps against gas compared to your coefficient of performance and your tariff. And that was drawn without taking note of the fact that gas is basically unfairly advantaged. And if you take that skew and put that in the right place, people will heat pump like crazy because the money will be there, and you won't have to make the choice. You won't have to bend the markets in any particular way.
Yeah, I'm thinking. So this is when the gas girl kicks in, doesn't it? Goes, right, hang on then. So.
Forgot where I was sitting.
I was going to say, yeah. So we've had this discussion quite a lot in various sort of gas forums that we've been talking through. And one of the things I always come back to is everybody is on electricity, not everybody is on gas. So there are a lot of households on gas, but not every household is on gas. Every household does have electricity. So if you're taking costs from the electricity and putting them onto gas, you're putting them onto less people. These people are more likely currently to be on gas heating. And generally, I go back to the work we do with the fuel bank, the majority of the people we see are either on coal or gas for their heating source. So you're ultimately putting additional costs on people who can least afford it. I'm not saying that's the only consideration, and I think you're right, from a market point of view, that gives signals, but from a consumer point of view, that can make life a lot harder for a lot of people quite quickly. So there are no easy answers to any of this. This is why we all stand around and talk about this on stage, isn't it? So I think what I would hope to see from NESO, I'll get on my soapbox for 1 minute, but what I would like to see from NESO is that we start to have these conversations together, and we don't have a gas conversation about why we shouldn't be doing this, and we have an electricity conversation about why we shouldn't be doing it. We actually come together and go, right, energy, how are we going to do this together? That's my little green hope in the corner, and I'm hoping that's what we're going to get from NESO. Anything to add, Matt?
It's hard. It is really hard. And whenever you go near any of this, it seems to just get harder. But that's not an excuse anymore, because we do have to accelerate the decarbonisation of the energy system. And we do have to deal with people who are using fuel banks and lower the cost of energy for everyone. And we need to do that in the right way. And frameworks at the moment are getting us there, but I think we do need to create a step change. And as you say, I think with the whole energy remit of NESO, we're getting that opportunity to start having that conversation in a more effective way.
Yeah, I agree.
I wonder if perhaps the issue is sometimes this debate does become one of politics and the right and the left of it. But I think that if you can make the case, so a just transition plan that deals with the problem that you're identifying, in that if you tell people they've got to have a heat pump, they can't afford a heat pump, therefore they're going to hurt because we're going to dump all the costs on gas, and sucks to be you. That's an issue. That's a real issue. If there's a just transition plan that deals with that and thinks about investment, if you put that together, you will almost certainly find that it's good money. It's good money for the nation. It makes sense for GB PLC, UK PLC, regardless of where you sit on the political spectrum. And a strategic planner can sell that to government without a political spin on it. And it can go ahead. And by the way, strategic energy policies, when we've had them, have survived multiple changes of government.
Yeah.
EMR, where's Rebecca?
In the corner.
EMR started under Ed Miliband and is probably going to end under Ed Miliband via about 10 different energy secretaries.
I met Stephen Hendry the other day. There's been 15 energy ministers since he was in role.
Wow. There's some thinking there. I think to kind of bring that back, whatever decision is going to be made, there are winners and losers to every decision. We've just got to make sure that the losers have got some support on the basis of those decisions, and that a decision is made. With those 15 energy ministers, we've had a lot of deferrals. So actually just getting somebody in who can make a decision might not be right, might be right for me, or it might not be right for that person, but it's a start. So let's get a decision in and then we can go from there. Any thoughts across the floor? Sorry, lights now.
Is anyone coming on Slido?
That was going to be next on my list to have a look at, but then I'm going to have to put my glasses back on.
There's a question over there.
Have we got a question over? You do that while I'm talking Slido, that would be great, thank you. Oh, is it you? Go for it, Slidoing. I've got it here, thank you. I'm so old, sorry. So we have a question from Adam. So playing devil's advocate, why do we, GB, need to meet net zero when in the grand scheme of the world and other carbon emitters, it will make little to no difference? Excellent question.
Oh, Adam, you're an awful person wherever you are.
Who would like to start with that one?
I can start with that one.
Go for it, Matt.
50% of the country, sorry, 50% of the emissions in the world are from countries with less than 1% of emissions.
Wow.
So if everybody with less than 1% said that, we're 50% short on the targets.
I suppose the other thing as well is a thing, which is a small thing called climate change as well, where
I haven't heard of
little thing.
Yeah.
Hotter summers, bigger, obviously, floodings, you know, having huge impacts on communities, and obviously within the UK we've seen that. I've been in the UK, I suppose, 8 years. The last 3 summers have been unbearable for me in terms of the heat, and I'm from an Irishman, so I just think you're definitely seeing that change in climate change happening, and there's a responsibility on all of us. I get there's different in terms of approaches with different countries, and they have their political reasons and obviously methods for doing that, but I suppose as humanity says that we need to get on with net zero and deliver it, I think more so than anything. So yeah, being human, I think, would be my answer to Adam, wherever he is. He's annoyed me now, so I don't know where he is.
Adam wishes he was anonymous right now.
There is another really good reason for us deciding to really take this seriously, and that is that it's actually quite easy for us to do this, especially the people in this room working in the industry that we work in. We know how to do this. Every single person in this room can write a net zero plan for all of energy that is probably decent economics, decent money. They'll look a bit different, but we can all do it because the machinery's there, the capability's there, the resource is there. And we even have a wonderful bunch of unfinished work in terms of uninsulated leaky homes to go after. How much can we save by doing that? You know, great opportunity.
Definitely, definitely.
Can I pick up another one?
Of course, go for it.
Because I mentioned earlier, so the work that we all in this room have been doing over the past decade with EMR, with the transition, with the operability, with decarbonising the energy system, the world is watching us. Like, we regularly speak to the Philippines, Malaysia. Jules was in Colombia last week. The world wants to come and talk to people here, and that's one thing we do want to open up with NISO, because they want to know how we've done it and what we do, because that's one of the reasons why a lot of the things we do, we're leading the way. It's not new, it's kind of cutting edge, bleeding edge. Quite a lot of them come and say, where are the academic papers on this? And it's like, nobody's written them yet because we're just moving faster than the academics are. So I think it's really important that we continue with that progress because the world is watching.
And I think I go back to your human point. It's the right thing to do. Why would you not want to make life better, even if that's just for 1%? You don't donate to charity because, well, most people don't donate to charity because they can go, I've just given £1 to charity, aren't I amazing? You do it because it's the right thing to do. You want to help these people. Why would you not want to do that? I will get off my soapbox yet again, sorry.
Good question.
It was an excellent question.
To get some emotional response to that.
Do we have any other questions from the audience on the floor? Anything anybody else wants to know while we have these people here? Wowed you all into silence. We're obviously doing a great job. Excellent. Sorry, this is the problem if you sit under the lights. I cannot see you, sorry.
I think we need to limit Tom to like 2 questions.
You should limit me to
Go for it, Tom. Go for it, Tom.
So if ESO has to select on just price alone, and we've said carbon pricing doesn't really work at the moment, can the ESO deliver net zero effectively, or does it not have the levers to do that? Are you just hoping that like green providers will outcompete, and that'll eventually do the job?
I think just to jump in on that, my understanding as well is that, and I'm the same opinion as you, Tom, but I think it's because it's in your license obligation. I think you would want to do that and obviously explore that, but because it's in your license obligation, you'd need to explore that more in terms of could it be done. I don't think there's a lack of appetite. From my thinking, to the conversations I've had within the room, and obviously with the ESO as a whole, I think that's the likelihood of travel, but I think the license elephant needs to be addressed first in terms of before you do that. I suppose I'm looking at Matt and he's nodding, and
I'm trying to think of the exact wording in the most recent Energy Act that created NESO, because we do have more scope in managing that. It's how we utilise that, and I'm not going to sit here and say I've got all the answers, because that's a really fab question, because I really don't know the answer. Do we have enough levers? Can we get there quick enough? I think I can quite confidently say, no, we can't, which immediately then makes me think, well, maybe we should be doing something. So it's something that was within the power of my team, so it's one we'll definitely take away and think about.
Yeah.
Alistair's going
Well, ESO doesn't have enough levers, but NESO
might.
has the levers,
Yeah.
because NESO can feed back to government. And therefore, everyone here is going to be expecting you to pull those levers and achieve the result. And we're all going to be coming after you if you don't. Even Adam is going to come after you.
Was there another sided question? Thank you. Didn't even put my glasses on for that one. I don't have one. Hang on, what have I done here? Oh, I do. Is that another Adam question?
Do you want me to read it?
So, old lady, sorry. Adam's got another question. Are you ready? To what extent is market reform in the EU impacting your work and decision making? Ooh, great question.
Don't start with me. That was our 2 learned colleagues.
So I'm assuming this is directed at us as ESO, NESO.
I think it's directed at the panel.
Is it a full panel question? So, yeah. Alistair, I'm going to start with you. What are you doing? To what extent is market reform in the EU impacting your work and your decision making?
I mean, I actually want Carlo to answer that question because he's the interconnector guy. So I think the interconnection of energy markets that has really started tearing ahead over the last few years is hugely promising, hugely helpful. The market reforms that lie behind that, I mean, in my role, I spend most of my time staring at GB regulations. I don't even look at Northern Ireland. Even though I used to spend a lot of time thinking about DS3 and all the different reforms that were coming through there through the all-island market. So I have to defer to expertise like Carlos to properly answer that.
He's now hiding.
No, Carlo doesn't hide.
Do you want the microphone? No pressure.
Thank you, Alistair. I think EU regulation it goes back to when the UK was part of the single market. And because we've got so much reliance on interconnectors, we need to make sure that we are aware of EU regulation and changes, and especially since we're taking electricity fundamentally from the EU. So we need to ensure that our policies and our views on proposed changes by the EU, like carbon targets or whatever, are reflected in how we approach it, because otherwise you could argue you should be putting a tariff on electricity imports or gas imports, depending where it comes from. Of the EU regulations that I'm going through, I don't think the UK is out sync with the EU. I think in many ways we're leading it. So the main thing is just keep being aware of it, especially if you want market integration.
I was going to say that exact point, because MPG are part of Berkshire Hathaway, which is a bigger consortium of global utilities across America, Australia, and obviously within Europe. And the original question was, what are you, I suppose, gleaming from those market setups there? Those market setups there are based on government policies that are in place there. So we're well aware of that, and we can see that. I suppose GWOS is an interesting thing in terms of how GWOS is obviously the pricing within, say, for us, from the DNOs, is quite a small percentage of bills. Elsewhere, it is quite bigger.
Yeah.
So I think going back to the point that was made, I do think in terms of the set of cards we have, we are leading the way. But all those markets that are set up in Europe and further beyond, they're based on the policy there. So I think the bigger question behind that is, what are you taking from the policy, or obviously configurations or the gearing there within the UK? And there is stark differences, I suppose, when you think about that, and that we're still leading the way in terms of flexibility procurement. I don't know the numbers, someone smart here does, but we are leading that way. And I think based on the deck of cards we have, we are doing extremely well. But there's still things to kind of compare and obviously contrast and take on board for upcoming important decisions that are coming.
Yeah, and I think from a gas point of view, we are certainly starting to see. So, for example, there's a lot of hydrogen production. There's a lot of hydrogen discussion. I think it's 2026. It's either the end of 2025 or start of 2026. We need to start taking a blend of hydrogen of around 2% across transmission. So we've got to make sure that we're starting to pull all of that together, and we're working in conjunction with the EU. We are geographically all part of Europe, right? So we've got to make sure that we are doing that and sharing that as we go through.
Just one thing, if I make, Carl did trip a little point in my memory that I had omitted to say. There is one area where the EU has just about stepped ahead of us, which is in electricity metering for embedded devices. There's a wee step forward there that's going to leave us behind, and is going to affect how people manufacturing things like EV charge points, whether they're in the UK or anywhere else, are going to specify their products. So we need to catch up with that in order to ensure that we're all actually in a global market for all these devices and are enabling to act smartly in our grids.
Thank you. Matt, anything to add?
Building on that, because when I think about EU, there's three main areas. I think there's the effective impact of interconnection and what that means for our network development, for our market trading, and post-separation, it kind of feels a bit like we're on the receiving end of it and not being able to shape it that well. So I think that's one of the big areas where I know me and the team are thinking about how do we get back in those conversations in an effective way, because if you look at a map of GB and the number of interconnectors planned coming in over the next few years, it's pretty scary, actually. The second point is Alistair's point, and my big thing is getting to a 2025 zero carbon system has been all about the engineering and the technology and big providers. The getting to 2035 is really behaviour change, consumer engagement. I think that's going to be led a lot by the tech platforms and a lot by other platforms worldwide. If we've got separation to EU, we used to be part of a big market that was a worthwhile developing for. It's a very small market. There's less incentive to develop for that market. And I think that really concerns me, that we get left behind because of misalignment or we do something. So aligning with that, so bring on Alistair's point. And then it's that third point of resilience, really, and security supply. Interconnectors play an important part in our security supply in this country. And I think just making sure we've still got those positive relationships with other TSOs on either end of the interconnectors, so we've got an understanding and visibility of the stress on the networks is really important.
Thank you. We are running out of time, so I think we're probably going to make that the last question, unless anybody has anything burning that they want to raise in the room. Go for it, go for it.
Not super related to the previous question, but now you're here on stage, wondering what currently is the biggest barrier to enable stacking flexibility services between DNOs and ESO?
So Tessa, because you're looking at me, I'm going to probably start that off. And Yes, so at the moment we are working, there's been, just to give you some context, there's been a stacking group set up within the ENA. My previous good colleague over there, Lois Clark, with her head down, is I think part of that and leading that within the ESO. I suppose we're starting to have that conversation now in terms of how does stacking in terms of the coordination between DSO and ESO services work. Well, there's a lot to discuss in terms of the products, the implications, what that means for us, what that means for them. I'm obviously very brute forceful. I just want to get on and do things, but obviously there's smarter people than me that say, no, look, we need to consider all these other things. So I think the ambitions where it's going is that the group has been established. It will move forward within probably the end of this year and hoping to do some trials or do some kind of stackability test pilots, if you will, is my understanding where it's going. What's stopping it? Nothing. And if I'm being blunt, it should have been done a lot sooner, which annoys me. And I think you'll be of the same opinion, as I said, of last year, that should have been in and we should have been on. And people will say we didn't have the group, we weren't set up. That's not an excuse. And I say it with respect because it benefits everyone in this room, stacking. And the fact it's great that we are now addressing that, we're moving that forward as a collective now, but it feels a little bit late on in my eyes. And I hope that as we move on into 24 and we get to the end of it, that we've established some common ground and we can move forward with stacking in place. And so when your organisation, Octopus, can participate in DFS and DSO services, which is great for us because up until now, there's been exclusivity, which has been for DFS, and that's been removed, which is great. But I want to see you not just within those markets, but in our markets, and that's what you want as well. And I think that's key for you, consumer, and DNOs and ESO. So I think if you asked me what my last question was in terms of priority, that would be a priority for me, Vicky. So yeah.
Stacking, written that down. I'll find out what that means later.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alistair?
I think that there's another secondary one. I think what you've described is the most important aspect to the lack of stackability and primacy rules between ESO and DSO. The other one is that the DSOs, and forgive me for using this language, but you guys still do have a free option on curtailment of some renewable resources, but also there's a 100 kilowatt limit in certain circumstances applying to the local constraints market. And that is a free option for the relevant DNOs. And there's an argument that's made, it's a safety case and so forth. The issue is the lack of visibility in the networks that would allow the DSOs to take a better decision. And so who's that on? You know, if you cannot permit the customers to use the network properly because you can't see it, then I'm just questioning whose problem is that? It's whoever it is, it absolutely has to be solved. And we need to get into the networks. We need to get these networks utilized properly. And if that means more visibility, let's get on with it.
Anything to add, Matt?
All of the above. It's about visibility, it's about market design, it's about alignment of priorities, it's about primacy, it's around dispatch, it's around service design. I mean, Damien's. I can't remember what the 6 work streams were. I was trying to think of them, but that flex strategy really, hopefully, will pull some of that together. And I kind of agree with Maurice that I look back at COVID and the optional downward flexibility market that we had, and we kind of started the discussion then. And I think we've lost our way over the past few years, and that flexibility strategy really is bringing that back to life for me. Because it's so important. If you look at the FES, the kind of engagement between ESO, DSO markets and the flex requirements are insane into the 2030s, and we need to get there, and we're probably already behind, and we've got a decade still to go.
Just remember, Matt, you built ODFM in 3 weeks.
I know.
Yeah, that's a good point, Alistair.
So it's doable. I think, thank you, great question. So I'm going to call it there. A big thank you to our panellists for coming. It's not easy to come up here. So if you could show your appreciation, thank you very much. And then are you closing it down? You're done. Thank you very much.
Thank you both. Thank you, Vicky. For excellent comparing. That it's the end of the majority of the content. So I think we're going to do one last Q&A, and then we're going to say goodbye to our colleagues online, who I'll try not to insult again. So apologies to colleagues online. And then there's a real chance just to really do any more networking. The team are staying here until, I think, I'm not going to see until the last one left, just in case anybody starts playing games with us. But the team are here to talk to you. This is a really good chance to do some face-to-face networking with ESO, but also between yourselves. So we've not run a markets event in Glasgow before, so hopefully you've all had a good chance to talk to people. But I'm going to just do a quick summary of the day. So started off this morning looking at the future markets, sorry, it's just blowing my mind when I think what we've gone through in such a short space of time. But we had Izzy doing a really good piece on dispatch and the reform of electricity market arrangements and the plan for working with DESNZ. Damien, which I just touched on, talking about the asks for that over the next few weeks. Vicky talking about gas molecules. My mic dropping in and out on the speakers. We're all right. Okay. Martin talking about the whole energy and just whole energy and how bonkers if you try and, I said to Vicky at lunchtime, she's like, if you try and think of it all at the same time, your head explodes. So the trick is just think about bits at a time and then your head doesn't explode. So that's what Martin's job is to do. Also think about market frameworks, and Karen talking about whole electricity market frameworks. We then had a break, went through all the improvements to balancing, with Lizzie talking about the balancing cost strategy, Rich talking us through dispatch transparency, and then Becky talking through CCP, and I'm glad Alistair brought it up. I think we probably are going to commit to, we're only ever going to come to you with problems in the future, not solutions that you don't like. And then we had the really good session talking about ancillary services markets before lunch. And then, so, quite a busy day. If you've got any more questions that you want to raise, quite happy to take them. Also going to check Slido. Everyone's happy. Everyone thinks everything's fine. Everybody's clear, fully understanding on what's going on. Can I have some of the positivity juice? Because I've got lots of questions. Are there any questions on Slido, Louise? No. Sorry? All questions on Slido have been answered. Excellent. We'll leave Slido open for a bit, and if some of us will keep checking on it. I've got a request for people in the room. We've got green bins and red bins by the lift, by the door. Do you want to turn the mic on and you can tell them, Louise? I'm going to make you do it.
Hello. So please, if possible, when you do leave us today, if you could leave your lanyard in either the red bin or the green bin by the entrance door. Green if we've met your expectations, red if we can look for improvements for next time.
And if you put it in the red bin, write something on it.
Well,
so
please,
we know
that was
why
my
we
next
haven't met your
point. So
expectations.
please write on the back of your lanyard any feedback for us today, because it's really important for us to make sure these events are successful for you, because you've taken a lot of time out of your day to be here. So that would be gratefully received. If you prefer to go electronic, we do have a Slido, which you can scan the QR code on the front of your lanyard and provide feedback there instead. But please do pop the lanyard in the correct bin and they will be recycled. So thank you.
Last chance. Nobody's got one little last question. Brilliant. So the team are going to be here for at least the next hour and a bit, hour and a half. Grab them, talk to them, harass them, please. Just, it makes my life better when I see somebody else getting harassed. So they're picking here. I just want to say one last thank you to the AV guys who've supported us today, and to Louise and Charlie who put this all together. Thank you. And thank you all, as Louise said, for taking the time out, for coming to see us. Really appreciate so many people coming here and online. And we look forward to seeing you at the next event. So thank you very much. Have a safe journey home, everyone.